We've got Tracy here now, so we'll have a quorum and we understand Max will be here in a sec.
Okay. I
There
didn't have
it
the
is.
sound
Hey, guys.
system on.
God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. I feel like an idiot.
Tim and Christiana, can you guys hear us
I'll
now?
just take- Are they different?
Yes.
Ah, I'm gonna have this one.
I can hear.
Okay.
Fashion.
Thank you.
What's that fireflies?
Thank you, Max. I'm gonna put that in here for the next time I'm an idiot.
You see the whole diagram?
Okay, do we have audio now?
Yes.
And we have 5 city council members. So at 5:34, I will call this city council work session of June 7th, 2022 to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lorenzen. Here. Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Luna Leo. Mayor Pro Tem Green.
Here.
Councilmember Fergency.
Present.
Oops. Mayor Lovett.
Here.
And I will just keep my eyes out for Councilmember Luna Leo.
Thank you. In terms of, we have one thing on the agenda. I'm not going to worry too much on the approval of the agenda unless somebody wants to add something to this agenda.
I do want to introduce our new deputy city clerk. If this is this a good time to do that?
This is good times.
Great. Well, we want to welcome Maida Silver as our new deputy city clerk. She started on the 1st and she's doing great. She's shadowing Lori, learning how to do first council meetings, and Donna has also taught her business licenses. She has signed up for some city clerk training starting Friday. So as you can tell, we've had her hit the ground running and she's doing amazing. So I didn't know, Maida, if you wanted to at least just tell folks where you came from and what brought you to Leadville.
Well, I was raised in Miami, Florida, but I've moved around a little bit. And so I'm sure the weather here is going to amuse me. I want to use that word. But just recently I was working at Timberview Middle School in Colorado Springs as a 6th grade language arts teacher, and I taught there for 7 years. I've taught for 17 years total. But I've had some breaks. I've worked at the county attorney's office, worked at Maricopa County Court as a courtroom clerk. So I do have some legal experience as well. And I'm bilingual Spanish.
Great. So we're
Fantastic.
everybody is extremely grateful to have her on board. So
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
I was going to say, mine was also has signed up now to go to the 1-week academy held by Regis University each year. So that's exciting as well.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, are there any housekeeping matters? Okay, thank you. Any comments from the public? Anybody in the public would like to speak to city council? Of course, we'll do this again in the regular city council meeting. I think we'll probably have more people here by 6. Seeing none, we'll move on. This is a presentation on the family program options. Who is going to take the lead on this presentation?
So our city attorney, Christiana McCormick, has a PowerPoint presentation, and this is an introduction to this new law. And as she will explain, this is the introduction to it, and then you will be voting on whether or not to opt in or out of the program at your next council meeting.
Thank you. Is Christiana on the
Yes.
line?
I'm here.
Oh,
Hi,
hi,
everybody.
Christiana.
Hi. So as Lori said, this presentation during your work session is just to give you guys some background information and an overview of what the family program is and what decisions and options that the city council need to address regarding this program in advance of the city council actually making those decisions at a regularly scheduled meeting.
So please feel free to let me know if you have questions along the way. I will give an overview of what the program is. I'll go through the couple of options that City Council has regarding making a decision on participation in this program. And then I'll leave it open for questions, and you can tell me if there's any information that you still need in order to make the decision, and we can come back and get you that information that you need at the end. Okay. All right. Lori, do you mind going to the third slide?
Is that the right one?
It would be slide number 3.
Is it this one? I'm sorry.
Yes, I think so. Let's see, it's not showing up on my screen that as it's presenting on yours, I think. So let me.
I'm so sorry. Why is it?
Okay, how about this? I can just, in order to save a little bit of time, it's going to be a little bit awkward here, so I apologize to City Council, but I'll just read the title of the slide. And then I have it up on my screen too. So even though I can't quite see what you are showing because it's not showing up on my screen, we'll try to proceed that way. Does that sound okay?
Okay.
Okay, so slide number 3 is titled Family Program Overview, the Basics.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can you see it now?
so not on my screen, but I think I can see in the video of this council chambers that it's the right one. So this is again just an overview of the program. So the family program is a paid family and medical leave insurance program. Colorado voters in November of 2020 approved this program, and it permits an employee or a covered individual to take 12 weeks of paid leave for certain reasons. We'll talk about those certain reasons on the next slide. Employers who are either required to or opt into participating in this program have to pay some premiums to the state for the program. And I'll get a little bit more into what that looks like in a minute. But local government employers have the opportunity and option to opt out of this program. And if we do that this year, if the city decides to do that this year, then the city wouldn't have to pay any premiums into the state program. Can we go to the next slide titled Family Program Overview, Eligible Reasons for Paid Leave? Yes, okay. So on this slide, it gives a summary of the reasons that a person or an employee could take leave under this paid leave program. And so care for a new child after the child is born or after they're adopted or placed in foster care, serious health conditions of family members or of the employee themselves. If there are reasons they need to take leave due to a family member being on active duty for the military, or because they are victims of domestic violence. So those are the main reasons that someone can take leave under this program. And again, that's up to 12 weeks. And a note really quick off the bat before I go any further, that employers and employees pay into this program. And the way that employees get paid when they take leave under the family program is that they are paid out of the funds that are in the family program. So employers don't pay the employees while they're on leave, but employers pay premiums or a part of the premiums into this program so that the family program can pay the employee while the employee is on leave. If you have questions about that, just let me know. Can we go to the next slide, which is the program overview, employer premium payments? Okay, so if the city decides to opt, or decides to be subject to this, or any employer who is subject to this, they have to remit the entire 100% of the premium amounts for employees to the state's family program. So the city would be responsible of giving all of the premium amounts to the state. However, employers are not required to pay 100% of the employees' premiums. Employers are required to pay at least 50% of the premium for an employee. And it can require employees to pay up to the other 50%. You can choose to pay more than 50%. The employer can choose to pay more than 50% of the premiums owed under this program, but you don't have to go higher than that. What the premiums are 0.9% of an employee's gross wages. So you can see an example up on this slide, assuming that the employee pays 50%, they're full-time, working 40 hours a week, and they make $20 an hour. The employer would pay $187.20 per year for that employee, according to the family program estimator calculator on their website. And then this also reflects what the employee would pay. So per year, this employee, this example employee, would pay $187.20 per year. Again, under the scenario. An estimate only, but that's just an example. Okay, if we go to the next slide that says option 1, stay in program. So your first option, pretty simple, you can stay in the program. That would require the city to pay premiums on behalf of its employees into this program. And so that would involve, calculating based on the number of employees and the hours that they work and their gross wages, what the premium for each employee is, and then remitting those premiums to the state. And then option number 2, if we go to the next slide, is of course opting out. So as a local government employer, as I said before, the city can choose to opt out of this program and not pay any premiums. So opting out would mean that, well, again, you don't pay premiums, and then also that individual employees can still choose individual coverage under this program, even if the city opts out. So the city says, hey, we don't have the funds to pay for this program, or for any other reason, we decide to choose not to participate. Then individual employees can still pay their own premiums into the program and get some sort of payment through that program if they need to take leave. Okay, the next slide, please. So the process for making this decision, choosing to opt in or opt out. If you want to opt in, you don't have to really do anything. You can just decide to go ahead and pay it, and yeah, it doesn't necessarily require a vote if you want to stay in. However, I would recommend probably voting one way or the other. However, to opt out, you definitely need to vote if you decide to do that. And so that's called a declination vote under this program. And so you're voting to decline to participate in the program. So declination vote. So if before you hold that vote, you have to notify your employees of the date and time, tell them about the vote process, and let them know that they have an opportunity to submit comments to you about this vote and about the city's participation in this program. If the declination vote happens and you decide to opt out, then you have to, well, either way, I guess, you have to give employees notice of what that decision is based on that vote, within 30 days of the vote. And there are specific requirements that you have to include in that notice. You still have to register with the family program, even if you vote to opt out, because you'll need to let them know basically what the vote was and upload like the resolution, for example, showing the decision of city council on participation. And then one thing that you can do, even if you decide to opt out, is to still voluntarily facilitate payroll deductions for employees who choose to individually opt in. If you vote to not participate in this program, then that vote is effective or good, if you will, for 8 years. At the end of 8 years, or at least every 8 years, the city has to make another decision about whether to opt in or opt out after that. And if the city in the course of those 8 years after a vote to opt out decides it wants to opt back into this program, then there is a process to opt back in as well. So that is the very quick summary of this program. And I am happy to discuss any questions with City Council at this point.
Thank you, Christiana. Does anybody have any questions? I'm up to 5 so far.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
have like at least 2.5, maybe 3. So if the city opts into this program, can an individual employee opt out if we ask them to pay a portion of their premiums?
I haven't seen any individual ability to opt out in the materials that I reviewed so far. But I can double check on that and get back to you.
But it does give the impression that they can opt out. Anyway, yeah, I'd like to know the answer to that too, because it could be you could have 3 employees in the program, and because everybody else might opt out. Anyway, it's a good question.
My second question is that if the city opts out and then an employee decides that they want to opt in, like you described, they would have to pay 100% of their premium.
No.
Nope, 50 still.
Still 50%. Employees never pay more than 50%.
And so the other 50%.
Is paid by the family program.
Oh, okay. Well,
Mhm.
that's odd. When we take money out for this type of premium coverage, is it pre-tax?
I meant to look that up and I don't know. So that's another one that I'll have to get back to you
That's
on.
all right. And I swear this is my last question. Is there, is there a limit? Like, is it 12 weeks per year? So if I have a baby and I take 4 weeks of leave and then I'm back for a month and I say, oh my gosh, my parent had a stroke and I need to take care of them as well, so I want my other 2 months. Is that, can you spread it out like that? Or is there a limit per time how much they can take?
Oh man, you guys are getting to all the questions that I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's kind of modeled after FMLA, the 12 weeks. And so I don't want to guess.
What was your question?
I was just wondering if there was a limit, like, so if I, can you take, you can take 12 weeks, but is that per year or per employee over the time of their employment? Or
It's if it's modeled after the FMLA, it's per year and they
Uh-huh.
can take it in increments.
and
So
so
they could
you
take
could
it
break
in-
up the 12 weeks and say,
Correct. So like,
Right.
let's say you're taking, you have radiation treatments and they're 2 hours a day.
uh-huh,
You can take 2 hours.
okay.
Under FMLA, and that the guidance I read is this is modeled after the
Okay.
FMLA. So
Yes, exactly. Mhm. That's my understanding. I just, like I said, these are things that I would just want to confirm because I don't know them right off the top of my head, but that is my understanding too.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
I would also like to say, I like this, I like the way they've laid this program out. I like the way that they've ascribed a value to it, both for the employer and the employee. And I like the idea of it. Here's a question. I know it's going to be a little bit obtuse. If you have two employees who have a child, and can they both simultaneously take this family leave?
The same child
Yeah.
or even two different children?
Well, another good question. I don't know. The question is, could you have two employees leave employment for you at the same time under this program? Or would they have to do it one at a time? You know.
Well, they'd both be entitled to the leave, and Christiana, we can look into that. I definitely think if there's no operational need for them to be working at the same time, let's say they work in different departments, then yeah.
Okay. Well, no matter what you do, there's always an operational need for every human being that works in any government, if you're running lean, and most companies and municipalities do, then no matter what, I mean, I like the program, I like the way it's designed. I would like to be in, but make no mistake, it would hurt to have somebody out for 12 weeks, much less two people out for 12 weeks. So, yeah, please go ahead.
Does this preclude somebody from?
Does the use of this program preclude somebody from using FMLA? Or can you use this in addition to the time that you get for FMLA?
Another one that I'm not sure about, but they are two different, they're two different things. So it might be overlapping. I'm not sure, but I would have to look into that too.
Well, so the difference is FMLA is unpaid leave. It's just job protection. So if I am out for 12 weeks and right now, well, let's say I don't work in Colorado. I work in a state that doesn't have this program. All I get is job protection, which means for 12 weeks, you can't fire me. It's unpaid. So this family program is in fact paid leave. So you can overlap them because they're not mutually exclusive. You can get job protection and pay. So normally we tell, like in the federal government, we said, look, you take FMLA, if you want to get paid, you take your FMLA, you notify us you're taking your 12 weeks. If you want to get paid for the 12 weeks, you either have to have vacation or some type of accrued leave that you can take to get paid for. That's unpaid leave. So in this case, and at this point, I do not, well, actually, at any rate, that's, I do know that, well, Christiana and I can talk about that, whether or not
It would be
we're.
nice to know if you could take them consecutively. You know, so you finish up with your 12 weeks of this program and you say, okay, well, now I'm going to take FMLA. Now have you lost an employee for 24 weeks?
Correct, yes. And I would like to verify are we covered by FMLA? Do we have enough in it? Are we covered by FMLA?
We don't have 50 employees.
Yeah, because right now, as I calculated, we have 37 full-time employees. So I think FMLA is 50 or greater.
Have we done the calculations of
No.
what the cost would be to the city for opting in?
Exactly. We haven't and part of that is it's just not based on the number of employees, it's based upon their salary. So
Oh.
that would be, I was planning to do that in the next step, is to give us an idea of what the cost would be if we decided to opt in.
So at the next city council meeting, would that be on the
Yes.
21st? We'll have the opportunity to discuss this more, and will that be a decision point for opt-in and opt-out?
Yes.
Yes, and the reason, you might have read in your packet materials in the handout from the state that you saw, that you can decide at any time in 2022 to opt in or opt out. However, that's conflicting with some of the language in the actual rules, which says that you have to make an opt-out decision at least 180 days before, or it's not effective until 180 days after the decision. And so in order to, like, if the city wants to opt out and the city takes that vote and says, we're going to opt out, it's just too expensive, or for any other reason, then we would need to do that 180 days before January 1st of 2023 in order to not pay any, or in order to make sure that we wouldn't pay any premiums, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
So like, so now we have to, like, there's not that much.
By the end of this month, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
But if we decide to opt out, it says in here, we have to give the employees a certain amount of notice before we actually opt out.
30 days before deciding, right?
No, this is
So
30 days that you did opt out.
Yeah.
Okay. not
Notice
before.
30 days, within 30 days of the decision, you just notify them of the decision,
Okay,
right? So
Okay.
whatever the decision is within 30 days of the date that you decided the thing, notify the employees of what the decision was.
Phew.
May I just suggest, since there are a number of questions and also the financial information that is still kind of out there and we want to get these things answered before you make the decision, it might be wise to have another work session right before the city council meeting. That way we can just kind of, ask more questions and have a more informal setting to chat about this before the formal decision is made at the city council meeting. At the next meeting, just an option.
You have to be amenable to a 5:30 work session before the 6 o'clock city council meeting on the 21st.
Since I'm not going to be at that meeting,
Then
I'll
the
just-
answer
I'll
is
just-
Sure, no problem.
I'll just not vote on that one.
And the Colorado Municipal League has a nice white paper that I will forward around to everybody that has some answers to some of the questions that we were asking about. There is a question about the interplay between some of the state law and federal law. So there are a lot of things that are being fleshed out right now. So I can send this around and may answer some of the questions that we've had tonight.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
It's important that we get the questions answered, and I find it hard to imagine that we want to work on employee retention and not
Yeah,
want to
no.
pass
Right.
this.
Well,
Well-
it's not just that, sometimes it's employee retention, sometimes it's just, how do we best take care of our employees? And I'm in favor of opting in on this, but I still would like to get the answer. to these
Oh,
questions.
absolutely.
Yeah.
They're probably not gonna change my mind.
There's one point that was an interesting point that was raised in the Colorado Municipal League document. And I saw some eyebrows raised when Christiana brought this up, is that if we opt out of the program, and an employee opts in, they would pay 50% of the premium, but then the family program pays the other 50%. So the point that this article brought up is that this is a quote, it says, employees may benefit from a municipality opting out because the municipality would have no financial responsibility for 50% of the premium. The municipality could choose to use that savings to benefit employees directly, such as paying for some of or all of the 50% premium of the employees who participate. So
That
I
seems,
think that's an unthought
That's
of
pretty
quirk
funny.
to
Yeah.
this.
that seems right up there with like
Law.
Walmart paying their employees purposely so low that they qualify for Medicaid.
Well, but exactly. So you're
gaming the
not paying a
system.
premium into the program. You could, I think it's probably an unintended consequence of this. But in fact, if you want to benefit employees, you could in fact opt out and then, opt to pay 25% of their premium. And in fact, that's probably better for the employee. It's not great for the program because you're not paying into the family program, but it could be better for your employees. So complicated
Kind of
decisions.
poisons my
The
soul a
program
little
doesn't
bit.
Feel
Yeah.
Yeah.
sustainable
Correct.
if we're not careful.
If we all opt out.
And
Right.
I also like to know from the legislature, how much money they set aside from this, and is it enough? That's it.
So yes, I think
Okay.
offering paid leave for conditions that would normally qualify under FMLA has been long overdue.
Mhm.
Thank you. Christiana, thank you. We're going to have, at this time, we're going to adjourn the work session of June 7th, 2022, and it is 6:02, and we'll open the doors and invite the public to come in.
Let the public record.
So just to clarify, if we cover ourselves, basically it's all covered by us internally, or is it still covered by the program?
What are they doing out there, Laura?
Like, is the cost still at some point covered for the program?
Food out there?
Basically, I'm just asking if the program itself is always covering a portion of it, or if we decide to opt in, we're covering half of it and the employees covering the others.
Oh, good, good.
Oh, that's ultimately where I see.
And we either pay 100% of the employees program, or we can ask the employees to pay up to 50% of their premium. So we could cover it all, or we could cover half. Down to half.
That makes sense.
Lots to balance.
Oh, boy.
10:30 o'clock meeting, is that right?
I just want to know, is the clock going to stop at some awkward time and leave me encouraged that we're keeping good time when in fact
We're not.
Oh, thank you.
no, I just have my paper. Yeah.
Oh. Take it away, and that's.
Couldn't be.
Here, hold on, look at that, hold on, I have
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Food.
Isn't that shocking? How the heck?
That's just great. This is one of those public comments ones.
Well, it's from Tim Bergman. So it's, oh, it's just dispiriting. I try so hard not to.
Did you get the email?
Yes, dear.
Okay, all right. They don't have it on here. What? Zoom. Well, you should. Didn't know I had it on here.
So it has to download
Oh,
and you can get in.
okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, I didn't know this portion of it. That's interesting. That might be national based. I mean, honestly, I don't understand why it's very low. Well, I guess it's because you can't apply it So I eliminate anyone who's basically Joe's.
Oh, I missed you. Yes. Thank
So I'm guessing the site based off of assuming you have access. Real world, real world, anything below low income is you have that in terms of special. But I'm not able to access. Barely zero. So. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
So that's seven.
I couldn't get it to connect. So this one keeps cutting out.
What's the ID?
It's in that email. You just have to click on it in the email.
You know, line out what they're gonna do that day and working on things. So it's actually going pretty well.
Yes, they have. Okay.
I'm not distressed by it. It's just an extra level of stuff.
Sounds great.
Well, it's 6:11. We're gonna start a little bit late, as you could tell, but it's worth it. I have to tell you before we get started, I am tickled to death to see this many citizens come visit, regardless of the circumstances. That doesn't matter to me. Just having citizens involved in our process is really nice to see. So thank you.
Do you have sound here?
Let's double check and make sure everybody
I
else
haven't.
can hear us.
Can y'all hear us on Zoom?
Zoom
Tim can
people,
hear
can you
us.
hear us now that we've reconnected?
I can hear you.
Thank you, Donna.
Good, thanks, Donna. So I see Tim is on Zoom. Good. Okay. It is 6:13, I call this city council meeting of June 7th, 2022.
Thank you.
Please.
Councilmember Lauritsen.
Here.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Lunaleo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Green.
Here.
Councilmember Fergensi.
Present.
Mayor Labby.
Here.
Thank you.
That is all of our city council members because Councilmember Tharp had to resign from his position as city council member because he moved into a different ward. So that's unfortunate. We will miss him. And if he was here, we'd embarrass him, but not here. At this time, I'd ask for approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I request that we move 7E to 7A. And let these people talk and leave if they choose.
Okay. Well, I think we also had an additional, well, we'll do that motion. We'll have a second motion. Would you like to ask Tracy to add to that motion?
So I also wanted to add move 8A up in the agenda to whenever the applicant arrives because they're middle school students and it's a school night.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
So we have a motion.
Councilmember Luna seconds.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. All were in favor. At this time, we have housekeeping matters. If anybody has anything they'd like to discuss. Hearing none, this is a good time for public comments on items that are not on the agenda. I think there are a couple of people here who'd like to speak. If you would like to speak to City Council, please come up, introduce yourself, give us your address, and you have 3 minutes. Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Tim Bergman. I serve as Lake County Manager, so 505 Harrison. Tonight, I'm here to discuss the images that are displayed on your screen, and this is vandalism that is occurring at county-owned and operated facilities. This happened last Wednesday at the Kitty Corral in the men's room. We are actively working with the Sheriff's Office and the Leadville Police Department, reviewing security camera footage and things like that. But just as City Council is aware, in the past 4 weeks, Ice Palace Park, Kitty Corral, Community Park, 6th Street Gym, and the Mineral Belt Trail have all been vandalized at an estimated cost right now of $1,400. That's all I have.
And I'd like to, City Council doesn't mind, I'd like to mention a couple of things. We've had a lot of tagging in the downtown area and specifically in Zites Park. We just today got Wi-Fi in Zites Park. Now, if anybody wants to use the Wi-Fi, fine, go sit on the bench and you can use it. It's unsecured Wi-Fi. However, the next step is that we would like to put a camera in there. And I don't know how you hope to handle some of this, but I don't know of any other way.
No, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. The nice thing is that for some of our facilities that do not have Wi-Fi, we can put cameras there. However, they're on a recurring loop, so they need to be checked frequently, which again is another cost of staff time to check those daily or weekly or however often the loop lasts.
I would say I'm very sorry to see this in our community. It makes me sick. I'm not sure why. But nonetheless, thank you for the report and keeping us updated. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Any questions from City Council for Mr. Bergman?
Our police department's going to work closely with them to figure out if we have anything that will help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tim.
Is there anybody else here who'd like to speak to City Council on items that are not on the agenda? Ms. Bailey?
Good evening, council members and mayor. We just wanted to remind everybody that Community Cleanup Day is on Saturday. So we do have the Golden Murrow coming out along with Zero Day Coffee and also partnering with a few businesses. So we look forward to seeing you all. That was it.
Thank you. There was somebody else who wanted to speak about, oh, Sharon, please come on up.
Hi, I'm Sharon Borrego, and I'd like to address City Council and the mayor about the Corral Park overnight campground on Second Street. There was an ordinance, and I don't know what happened to it, but it said that campers were there and they had to be moved every 6 months. Now there's these little houses that are there permanently. And they're not just 1 story, they're 2- and 3-story little houses. It's a disastrous looking place. And what happened to the ordinance that said it has to be moved? And if those little houses are there, they have to each be on their own water and sewer unless they're moved every 6 months. And I don't know what's going on there and why it was allowed to happen this way, but I'd like an answer on the ordinance and what can be done about it. In the middle of the district that's with the Pioneer and the Pastime, and then you have these little houses across the street with all that trash. It's disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to City Council on items not on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. We will move on. Next, we have the approval of the minutes from May the 3rd, 2022. I see anything in those minutes that they would like to change? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion, please.
Councilmember Jensen moves to approve the minutes from our regular meeting on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022.
Green seconds. Oh, Tim did?
He's slowly draw. It's okay, Tim. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Good one, Tim. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. All were in favor. At this time, we have presentations. We have moved the discussion regarding the stop sign realignment on Pine and Poplar up to 7A. So we'll start with that. And this discussion is here almost for the sole purpose to hear from the public. We have quite a few people here who would like to speak. And I would ask you, if you've sent us a letter and they're in the packet and we've read it, then please keep your comments brief. Please, by all means, come up. But if you could keep it under a minute, then that would give us an opportunity not only to have your written statements, but to hear from you individually as well. Would you hand me that? Absolutely. Ooh, that was nice. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start from the top, and we're going to start with Stephanie Deuel.
Councilman, Mayor, I don't know how I feel on all of the stop signs because there are certain intersections that aren't safe, especially in Pine Street. I'm specifically thinking on 7th Street. Many people fly down that hill and then, they need to stop. So
I was thinking maybe a compromise where you wouldn't put no stop signs, but take in consideration the traffic, what's at each corner and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Peter Farbish.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Well, the mayor stated that he intends to remove most of the stop signs on Pine and Poplar Streets to turn them into throughways for bypassing traffic on Harrison. Mayor Ave, he said it bothers you that people have to stop at every intersection when driving through our neighborhoods to get around Harrison. I think, look, these stop signs are there for a reason. They're there to prevent accidents and protect pedestrians. I personally knocked on hundreds of doors over the past few weeks. I spoke directly with well over 100 people who reside on the streets that would be impacted. Over 90% of them are completely unaware of this plan. All but 2 people were completely opposed to the plan, and quite frankly, most people were pretty much outraged about the concept. About 10,000 vehicles pass through Leadville and Harrison every day in the summer months. Even a small percentage bypass Harrison will result in thousands of vehicles per day going down Poplar and Pine with virtually no stop signs. Access streets to and from Harrison will also be jammed with traffic. Drivers will be going as fast as they can get away with. That's just how it goes. If anything, we should make each of these intersections with Pine and Poplar into 4-way stops, in my opinion, and in the opinion of a lot of the people that I spoke with. Both Pine and Poplar are very heavily used by children, pedestrians, and cyclists, with many alley and driveway access points as well, and on-street parking. And they have no bike lanes or pedestrian crosswalks. Pine Street is extremely narrow and has virtually no sidewalks. I live at Pine and West Fifth. Literally hundreds of pedestrians and cyclists go by my house every day, half of them children. There's the Episcopal Church with hundreds of families with children lining Pine Street every Wednesday for food bank. Fifth and Pine is a huge pedestrian crossing to access the church, the synagogue, the post office, the school, the yoga studio of the kids that going to Rocky's Rock and coming home from Rocky's Rock. And the many recreational facilities, the ball fields, the skating rink, etc. There's also a 32-unit RV campground and low-income apartment buildings loaded with kids also lining Pine Street farther down. Traffic on Pine Street is already a problem and has been since the decision was made to reduce traffic on Harrison to just 1 lane in each direction. Removing the stop sign will increase the traffic by a magnitude, and it's going to create a massive safety hazard for pedestrians and cyclists. The road is just too narrow and otherwise completely unfit for this purpose. That is being proposed. I mean, I'm really confident that once the mayor and the city council realize the safety hazard that this change is going to create, that hopefully you guys will abandon this plan. I mean, really, you have to act in the best interests of the community for safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next up, we have Nathan Farbish.
Oh, I don't have anything to bring up.
Okay, thank you. Deb Oakley.
Well, I'm not going to take up time either. I said,
No, if you don't want it, that's fine, but
say hello. The whole issue.
Can we have her state her name for?
yeah, please introduce yourself and your address, Deb.
144 West 6. Forever. In the city, and I'm so happy that I live here and that it's my hometown. All I'm going to say is that Pine Street is so narrow. When cars are parked on both sides, traffic coming through, it's a nightmare.
Thank you, Deb.
That's important.
Next up, and I'm having a hard time reading this, but we're gonna give it a try. Keastel. Yeah, how badly did I screw that up?
Christelle?
Christelle.
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Christelle Sterling. I'm at 119 West 8th. And I am completely opposed to removing those stop signs. I mean, at some point, we got to remember that we're a community and we're not about the tourists. You know, our private parking has now lost, and now you want to do a thoroughfare down Pine and 8th Street is exactly where we're going to go. And I feel a mess enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jenny.
I also went with Peter and I canvassed the community. I talked to about 75 people. And I personally came across only one person who wasn't against it. Everyone was vehemently against it. And my question is, can you answer questions?
Rather not right now,
Okay.
maybe after we've heard from
Okay.
everybody.
All right, and I just want to echo what everyone else said, that, you know, once people find out that there aren't any stop signs on Pine Poplar, it will become a second highway 24. It's too narrow, too many kids, too many pedestrians, lots of driveways. It's gonna be hard to turn left on those streets. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Next up, Jan.
My name is Jan Clune. I live at 200 Chestnut on the corner of Chestnut and Pine. Right now, there's a lot of people who don't bother to stop the stop sign that I have on my corner. But if you take it and make it a through street, we're going to have more motorbikes and more four-wheelers who don't know how to stop. We also have a lot of children in our neighborhood. A lot of them play on the street and stuff like that. One of these days, there's going to be a fatality there. And I'm going to take a lot of pictures and then I'm going to turn them in to a Denver station and say, look, we had to remove all the stop signs for these idiots that think they have to go so fast. And speed is picking up amongst people because they're in such a hurry to do anything. Now, if you have celebrations and things like that, and you feel that these stop signs are impeding all this moving traffic and everything else, cover the stop signs. You don't need to take all of them out, just simply cover it. Common sense would tell you that would be the best reason. I don't want the stop signs moved on my corner. And besides, we have a school bus that stops there to pick up children when school is in session. I was told that if a bus stops there, it should be a four-way stop. So I think you need to look into that also. And I am totally opposed of moving that stop signs because I am not going to be the policeman and I'm not going to sit there with my movie camera to see that everybody stops at those stop signs. That is the policeman's problem. And if you sit there, you'd probably get a lot of tickets and a lot of money off of that. Thank you.
Sharon? Well, I know. That's fine. Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Next up, we have Carl Bridge. Okay, thank you, Carl. This is your chance. This is the big chance. Anybody wants to speak, please come up and speak.
Well, I might as well go and tell them.
Uh-oh. So it comes under the heading, be careful what you wish for.
Sharon Borrego back again. Like everyone has said, the streets are narrow. And last winter, I was up visiting my aunt and I was parked in front of her sidewalk. And the policeman came by and told me he was giving me a ticket because I couldn't park there. There was not room for traffic to go by. This was in the winter when there was snow and it was even more narrow then. I had to move my car and walk a block and a half to go visit my aunt. Just listening to the kids coming down 4th Street. I don't know if any of you have seen or heard them. At lunchtime and after school, they're racing down 4th Street about 50 miles an hour. It's terrible. So I can just imagine what had happened on that crossroads. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Anybody else? I'd like to make a statement, and then I'd like to hear from city council members on this subject. We're not, it's not, we can't make a decision on this tonight. It's not an action item on our agenda. But we think we should probably consider it in the future. I would say this, I've listened to some of you and I've read your letters. And I've come to a conclusion, and that is the only reason for me and city council to be here and exist is to take care of our community. Now, we thought that's what we were doing when we thought this was a good idea to give locals, remember, it wouldn't be tourists, it wouldn't be trucks, it wouldn't be anybody but locals. Nobody else would know that it would exist. But we thought it would be a good thing for our community to give locals the ability to move through our city and stay off of Harrison Avenue. We've all been avoiding Harrison Avenue in the summer for years. It's not exactly, it's like a local Leadville sport. So the point I'm trying to make is, if we're not taking care of our community, then what are we doing? In this case, you have all completely changed my mind about what this is actually about. And regardless of what I started out thinking was a good idea, that doesn't matter anymore. You know, what I think is less important than what you think. So I really appreciate the public coming and speaking quite respectfully to city council. Do we have any other city council members who'd like to speak? Tracy.
I agree with you all. I don't think we should be taking stop signs out, and I just want to make it clear when the mayor says "we," that's not me. I never agreed with this. So thank you all for showing up and being a part of our decision making.
Tim would like to speak.
Tim, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for all the public coming out. Thanks for all the letters. I do appreciate your concerns and share your concerns. I think the problem stemming from, Harrison becoming a 1-lane road, or 2 lanes instead of 4 lanes, sorry. And I'm wondering if we can address a couple things at the stoplight, maybe alleviate some of the backup during peak season that 2-lane road poses for us. First of all, I do like, I'm on Harrison all the time. I own a business on Harrison Avenue. I do kind of like it being 2 lanes. I think it's a lot safer. I also like that we have the bike lanes. That also gives you the ability to get out of your car. You have plenty of space to get out of your car after you park on Harrison. So there's a lot of things I do like about the 2-lane system. However, it does create that backup, and people try to avoid Harrison because of the backup during peak seasons. And I've brought this up before, and I'm wondering if we can pursue again some green arrows for left-hand turn at 6th and Harrison for north and southbound traffic. I'm also wondering if we can consider east and west traffic at the 6th and Harrison light, be able to advance at the same time rather than alternating green lights at the east and west sides of that intersection. So I just wanted to bring those 2 points up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Anybody else?
Yeah, I always have something to say. So I have to admit that the appearance of taking away the stop signs was a little bit of a surprise to me because I don't actually recall talking about that. It's possible I was not at a meeting, but what I think is that years ago, when we were first talking about a holistic approach to parking management and traffic flow, that we had discussed making Pine one way and making Poplar one way. And hang on. And we decided, this was the discussion, and we decided in that discussion that Poplar is plenty wide. There's no reason to make it one way and it could stay. And I think maybe the discussion of do we move stop signs came up with that, with that. I just don't remember, but
I think it was part of the same conversation.
it may have been
yes.
part of the same conversation, and I just excised that from my memory. But what I would like, and I know we don't have time to do this in the meeting tonight, but what I would like to hear from all of you, either at a future meeting or through email, is what would you think about making Pine one-way southbound to allow for parking on part of it and leave the stop signs as they are, but try to make that less choked and congested through that mechanism. I do recognize that St. George's uses northbound for their meal pickup. And so I'm just throwing that out there as sort of a first. I just want to hear what people would think about that, because I agree that street is way too narrow, in my opinion, for two-way traffic. And because I think that's where the stop sign discussion stemmed from, is what do we do about Pine? I'd like to hear from you all.
Well, let's not debate that tonight.
No, that's why I say,
Yeah.
like, email me
We're
like you guys
we'll
did.
Put this on the agenda.
I just want to know one thing, where do you live? Do you live on that street?
I live on West Third,
On the
which is,
corner?
I don't live near Pine. I live down by the high school, which is the bottom, of a thoroughfare
Yeah.
street. So I totally understand excessive
We don't need to
speeds.
debate it. Thank you. Ideas are ideas.
Yes,
And A lot
exactly.
of times people think we throw an idea at city council,
We're
somehow
gonna
that's
do
what we're gonna do, and that's not true. But we're always trying to think about how do we better our city? And so we'll kind of leave it at that. There are lots of ideas flying about. Max, any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mayor. So we all know here that Pine is a very narrow right of way, which has parking on both sides and two-way traffic, and also sidewalks that probably are not up to compliance, right? They're too narrow. And so we have a problem. And so outside of the stop sign situation, what is the solution to make it so that it's just a more safe location for our community? Because one idea is one way. There's definitely some negative, opposition potentially to that. Maybe that's not the right thing. Do we create it so it's two ways and only have parking on one side of the street and extend the sidewalk to be greater and to actually get it up to some sort of standard? With my kids, we walk straight down Pine. That's how we walk through town. We don't walk down Harrison. We walk straight down the center of Pine. That's how we get there, dog in tow. I would rather prefer to have a sidewalk that would be narrow, able to go there, that would actually support my family to walk with safety instead of putting ourselves at risk, right? The stop signs are helping us out. So I do feel that there is a situation at Pine that we're trying to address. There's a lot of, it's bleeding over too, because there is more congestion on Harrison. So to Jenny's point earlier, is we are not traffic engineers, we're not designers, but we do have a problem that we have to figure out for our community and how to make Pine more better for our community. And so I don't think my 3 minutes are up, but something when I went back to Western New York, which I thought was pretty ingenious. Well, this is what I'll say right here, is that back in West New York, where I grew up, when the city or the county was to redo a road, they were mandated to put in a sidewalk that was accessible with all the right accoutrements to get on and off of it with the right widths. And so streets that used to not have sidewalks when I was there, when they redesigned and repaved the roads, they were made and mandatory to do so. We don't have that law here in the city of Livo.
No, I'm sorry, no, right now.
But what I'm saying is,
I'll tell you about the comment you just made.
well, oh yeah, you can meet me after at 10:30 tonight if you'd like.
I'm sorry, you have to, Jan, you have to stop.
Anyway,
You have to stop.
anyways, I just want to
Please.
say that we have a problem. We have to come up with a good solution, right? That's all.
Thank you. Christian,
I don't really have anything new to say that y'all haven't covered. I think we've reached somewhat of a consensus, though we can't vote on it. I think we've heard plenty of feedback, not only from you guys publicly before, but 3 meetings now, and including a bunch of emails. Not quite sure when this happened either, to be quite honest, but it's clear that, you know, something should be done about these safety issues, as have been mentioned by basically everyone else here. And we should have some type of solution for the problems that currently exist on those streets, especially for safety, first and foremost, safety, obviously. And I'm sure all of us are very glad that you guys brought this to our attention and made a point that this is not a safety, you know, something good for our safety, especially for our kids. You know, I grew up here, I've lived here my whole life, so I do understand the dangers of cars that don't really care, especially living up in 7th and coming down from the mines. I definitely understand the dangers that come along with potentially not having stop signs. So thank you all for bringing this to our attention.
okay, thank you, City Council. Thank you all. I mean, this has been, it's helpful to us. And the thing I would say is, and I've said it before many times, I said so many times, we sit here and we make decisions in a vacuum. And you helped us make a decision not in a vacuum. So thank you all very much. Okay, next up.
Excuse me, when will be noticed in council meeting?
Well, we send out the meeting notices every week. We have not scheduled a time, a day or time for this. Lori, do you have a thought of when we might schedule this up for further discussion and a vote?
Sure. I was looking at our agenda for our next meeting, which is on the 21st. So that would be the soonest that it would be considered as our next. So the city council meets on the 1st and the 3rd Tuesdays of every month. So this is the 1st. The next one would be on the 21st. And we would have room to include it on the agenda. If the city council would like to do that, we can do that.
What would everybody think about the 21st, 2 weeks from today?
Well, I mean, it kind of sounds like you guys already have enough information and sort of leaning towards.
I would totally agree with you.
So.
It's entirely up to you. I think it could be a very brief meeting.
Mayor?
Yes, please, Stan.
Did we actually make a decision to remove the stop signs?
There was a motion and a vote.
When?
When?
This has been at least 2 years ago.
So everybody here
Yeah.
was not on council except for me,
There we
which
go.
is why what I recall is discussing the ways on those streets, but
Right,
not.
there was quite a discussion. We were actually talking about, it was a broader subject of parking and access and movement to the city.
Right.
It was a broad ranging conversation. So that's,
Yeah.
but, so, yes.
It's been a while.
That's why,
It's been a
that's why
while.
you're like.
Okay, that's why it doesn't ring a bell.
So we can include it on the agenda, and I have put it in for the consideration on the agenda for the 21st, if that's agreeable.
Thank you.
What day is that?
Tuesday?
Always
All right.
Tuesday.
All right.
I sat down with Jim down and I was like, "Do you guys ever talk to me about this?" So I was just like, I know, and she was like,
That's
no,
funny.
but
Okay.
yeah, I think it's just because we're older.
All right.
And one last point on this, so it does sound to me like reconsidering.
It would sound like we're not gonna ambush you. Yes, that's what it sounds like.
So, when do you actually vote on this, or do you even have to vote?
I don't know that we have to. I think we will vote on it because I think we voted on it several years ago, and I have to look that up, but I remember that we did. Nonetheless, we'll simply vote on it on the 21st. We'll accept a motion for someone at city council. We'll have our conversation. If anybody wants to be here and talk to us about it, we're more than happy for you to do that. Okay.
Okay. Acceptable for people who are just here for the stop sign issue.
You have to stay until 10:30. It's a new rule. I just made it up. All right. Thank you.
No, don't leave. This is when it gets really exciting.
We want your comments on the lemonade stand. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yes.
Literally. I don't know what's there. That's CDOT's.
I think Steve Smith does it. I mean, we can talk to him. We've had him change the lights several times because when he first did it, it was a total disaster. It was really bad. Anyway, we've asked him to change the timing of the lights. Now, to your point, can he change the timing where it varies with traffic flow? Like right now, that's a 150-second light. You know, I'm sorry, 110-second light when for the light going through on Harrison Avenue. Maybe in the summer it should be a 300-second light. You know, so traffic clears. It clears pretty well now most of the time, but not always.
Yeah. You see that the traffic back up to this.
Yeah.
So actually, just with the time, with the traffic, you don't necessarily.
I don't want to reach out to Steve and see if he can program it. It's all it needs to do is put a new box in it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Throw it around up at the top. We're gonna be here forever. Hey, I just want to again reiterate, I'm not gonna be here on the 21st. I'm not chickening out on a Pine Street vote. Just not gonna be here. I'm also not gonna call in. We might better double check. We have a quorum for that meeting.
In that sense, we don't have.
Really? Oh my God. Well, it's gonna start to be awkward to turn down more. Where are they headed?
So that would be still in space.
Yeah.
I think that would.
So even with your new job, you still have, even with your new job, you still have fire assignments type of, is that part of your old job or is that still encompassed in your new job? Uh-huh.
And then.
Yes, they just take more bodies.
This is the first time I've seen it. What's this?
Yeah.
We're losing a lot of it.
I think we just
I don't
took
know
an
what happened.
unofficial part.
It was an unofficial break.
It's water now.
It
It
started.
was protein drink
started.
and now
Oh.
it's water.
Yeah, right. I just need this.
Okay. Just need to have my diet. It's all right. Someone's got to take care of it.
Here we go. All right, that was an unofficial 1-minute break. Tim. Sorry, Tim.
Wake up, Tim.
Keep fishing.
We're moving along.
I was mountain biking at the Laro meeting.
Well, if I
Hey,
call
can
in
we-
for the next meeting, would you
Hey,
come?
can we move this along?
That's fun.
Not planning.
Okay, at this time, Jackie, we're gonna have a housing update. Thank you for your patience.
Room.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. So I guess my name is Jackie. I'm the housing director. What I wanted to start with is our last meeting was May 19th. We went over some of our more important issues, the tiers, and then we also talked about the revenue powers that the housing authority might have. We had some nice conversations, and I think we landed on some things that everybody was comfortable with that was in attendance. So in the packet, you'll find the tier makeup that we came up with, and then the revenue powers. There was some dissension with the county commissioners. They weren't sure on the revenue powers that they were in favor of. After talking to them individually, they did agree. We're going to have a follow-up conversation on June 23rd, which anyone is welcome to attend from 10 to 12 p.m. because Caleb was not available to attend the evening session. So we're also going to have the evening session on that same day. So June 23rd, we're going to have from 10 to noon. The commissioners will, hopefully, we can iron out any questions that they might have. And then my hope at that time is to move for them to, approve pending your decision at the evening session.
Good. Just a quick question to clarify, because I was going to bring that up in my report. So the evening meeting that we had talked about here, 6 p.m. at City Hall, is still going to be a joint city council, county commission meeting to discuss the final recommendations. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, I think the VOCC wanted all three of them to be able to have the conversation, and since Carol was not going to be able to attend that evening session, they decided to go ahead and have a meeting early in the day.
Where will the 10 o'clock meeting be?
That is to be determined, I would think, probably just at the commissioners meeting room at the courthouse.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the big stuff. We have the attorneys. Christiana, I see that you're on Zoom, but we have the attorneys looking into the guidelines and the bylaws. And then we're hoping that we can move to adopt those at that evening session.
I have one, well, maybe this isn't the best place to ask it, but was there any reason specifically why it was recommended not to merge the two?
The housing authorities.
Authorities, sorry, thank you.
I can address that as well as Christiana can address that as well. In fact, maybe Christiana is a little bit better to follow with my overview. So the Leadville Housing Authority has a legal commitment with the Federal Housing and Urban Development for their loan. And what our understanding is that it would be very complicated to untangle that legal relationship. And so it is better to leave the Leadville Housing Authority as its own entity, maintaining that legal relationship with HUD. And that therefore it would be it can be encompassed in the Regional Housing Authority, but honestly, for legal reasons, it's better to leave it as a standalone entity. And Christiana, how badly did I screw up that explanation?
No, that was an accurate statement that for legal reasons, it would be better to leave the Leadville Housing Authority an existing entity. Both for the reason that Lori stated and for, I don't know how much detail you want me to get into here, but the Regional Housing Authority has only the powers that are given to it in the IGA. And so it would help to have the City Housing Authority in existence so that it can help transfer its special City Housing Authority abilities, powers, authorities over to the Regional Housing Authority through that IGA. So those are the two main reasons. I'm happy to talk to anybody and discuss it more, but that's the basics.
mean, as a follow-up for specifically the property, is there not a way that it could just be bought out by a different entity to avoid that legal mess to begin with and then merged in? Is there not a way around it? I mean, I'm just going based off of what everyone has told me is their best interest, who does know more about this, such as Dan, who is very knowledgeable about this through Summit and all that, and the benefits of having them combined. It just doesn't make sense to me that we wouldn't try to go through that in any ways possible. And if there is legal issues such as the property management in this case, is there not a way around that, such as it being fully bought out?
Yeah, we, Christian, I can look at the, because we do have the documents of the, even though they're a little bit older, we do have the agreements with the Leadville Housing Authority and HUD. So the issue, I think, is two things. One, you'd have to have the money to pay off the loan. The second thing is that is the time value of money? So that HUD loan is very economical. So is it better to, basically, the time value of money, is it better to have that money and use it for other things and pay, whatever it is we're paying to HUD, the small amount? But it potentially is possible. The only thing I would say is, I don't think, other than having the Leadville Housing Authority continue to exist as an entity, I don't think there's any downside to that, other than having it be, it can be a part, and depending on how we draft the IGA, it can be a part of the Regional Housing Authority. So when I heard essentially the analysis that we were provided, I didn't see that it would be a huge problem to have it continue to exist. But there is a possibility of potentially buying out the loan and having it. I just don't know that there's a huge upside to that.
Right. I think, I mean, given that what I'm hearing, and I'm just fully going based off feedback that I heard from people who I felt were knowledgeable about this issue, I think it's important to bring those people to the table, mainly being like Noah, Dan, people on our board, to discuss this fully through what are the pros and cons, why can we, why can't we, including with the county, because it seems to me that this is a conversation that we're kind of just skimming over. Personally, I mean, obviously I'm not the most looped in, so that could just be a fault of my own, but I do think it's important to have them who, we trusted with knowledge and power to really understand this better than any of us could. And I think it's important for us to have them in these conversations about what it looks like. So I would like to see that moving forward, have them involved in these processes and have a seat at the table, so to say, to give us their best input. Because so far as I've been involved, I felt very much so like I've been missing that from them in our public meetings.
Do you know when their next meeting is?
The boards specifically?
Yeah, the housing authority. board.
Authorities, I'm not quite sure here. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow, right? I think they just posted the note up.
Did they? Okay, because I haven't been getting emails on that.
Yeah.
So I'm out of the loop as well. Sorry.
So just as a general thought for.
Let's pull this back in, but thank you very much, and get back to Chapman. Thank you, Chapman.
Yep, so just the rest of the update is simply that for the incentive grant, that we are trying to move forward on some of the things that we need to do to go after that DOLA funding. I wanted to give an update on the Laura parcel, but I don't really know that much since the May 11th meeting. The last thing that I heard was that the Laura board had entered into negotiations with Chafee Housing Trust. And then the policy advisory team are researching local building and development, redevelopment costs and planning a community housing engagement night for early October. And the Housing Coalition was discussing the House Bill 22-1117 at their last meeting, and they decided to discuss this more in depth with the tourism panel. Housing Coalition was not interested in supporting a ballot measure that did not have the tourism panel's buy-in. And then the site analysis, the charrette just happened on May 25th. And as part of that June 23rd meeting, the first half of that will be a presentation by Shape Architecture and the SE group to give you the results and their findings from that charrette. And that's everything I have.
Any questions for Jackie? I would like to make a comment. The meeting where we talked about the tiers, Christian was very instrumental in helping us kind of rethink these tiers. And I like the way they fell out. And thank you, Christian.
I will give an extra note on that tier system. And as a disclaimer, I do work for Full Circle. So take that as you will, but Full Circle has made an official statement on the tiers. And I'm sure Jackie, you got that email, but okay, you did respond to Stephanie's email on that, but basically essentially saying that they feel like it's unfair to not include people who work and commute, as that excludes a large portion of our people of color community, especially our immigrant community. And it felt off for us, especially as Full Circle organization that works most with that community more than probably any other organization outside of maybe the school. So, take that into consideration as well for the tier system.
So going forward, that June 23rd
Yeah.
meeting will be the time to have that conversation.
But they did realize, they understood that tier 4 and 5 would include that. It's
Right,
just that the lower AMIs would not be accounted for in that, right?
Well, more so it's that they feel like it's a sense of deprioritizing these individuals as a comparison to people who could just come into the community for generally white collar jobs and fill these spots in.
Thank you.
Jackie, where is that special meeting on?
Here.
It is. Awesome.
The 6
Yeah.
PM, the 6 PM meeting is a joint meeting here between the city and county. And then the earlier one in the day will be the county and location to be determined.
Yeah, public meeting, and I would assume it's going to, depending on size right now, it will be probably at the county commissioners room. Unless it seems like there's something else.
Any questions for Jackie? Nice work, Jackie. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going
Good job keeping up so far.
on. Not too soon.
Next up, we have the city administrator report.
Great. Well, one of the most important things I wanted to do is make sure everyone met Maida Silver, who is our new deputy city clerk. We introduced her at the work session, but I also wanted to welcome her. We are glad to have a deputy city clerk again. We've been without a deputy city clerk since January. So Lori and Donna are very grateful to have her. She's shadowing Lori to learn how to do council meetings. So you will see her at the council meetings. Jackie mentioned the joint work session, January 23rd here at City Hall. And a couple other updates, the Spruce Street house. We received word that the seller is still working on the repairs. Some of the weather has delayed those. So the Spruce Street closing will now be on the 20th. Which we wanted to make sure that the repairs were completed rather than just being provided money to the city to do the repairs ourselves. So we are, the seller will be completing the repairs and the closing is the 20th. In other news, we have an interview this coming week for a person who is interested in the planning director position. So we are hoping that that goes well and that is hopefully advancing. We've also have someone else that I'm going to be talking with on Thursday who might be interested in assisting with planning, who is a retired planner and also might be interested in helping the city with some planning stuff. That would be helpful. I wanted to provide an update on the Jimmy John's situation. We have received analysis from our city attorney and Christiana and I have been discussing it a bit. We have some options, which include working with our municipal prosecutor. So there's some additional information I'm going to gather from the sheriff's office, and then I'll be contacting our municipal prosecutor. Which is, at this point, our municipal prosecutor, who we've had for a number of years, has left the firm that we use. So we'll have a different municipal prosecutor, but same firm. But that's just an update on that. The last thing is we have in our budget this year money to upgrade our server at City Hall. And so I've been working with our IT provider and our wonderful IT guy, Dan, to work on that. And our server is quite old. The good news is that we've got a quote for a server, which is less than half of what we have budgeted. So that is great news. We are looking to upgrade a few computers with the money that we have budgeted for this year. We've got a few folks who have computers that are not very current and do not have cameras. And these days of virtual meetings, that's important. The last thing I wanted to talk to the council about is the city council surfaces. So city council members, I think, as our IT person mentioned, should all have a surface. No, okay.
We handed them back.
Pardon me?
We mostly have given them back.
We handed them back.
They didn't have enough, and then they ended up just taking them all away.
Okay, so that is good information for me to have because we recently worked with our IT provider to do an inventory of how many devices we have. And so if you are not using them, we do not need, we should not be paying to service them. So the reason I'm bringing this up in the context of IT stuff is we spend a lot of money on the paper that we use for the packets. So I would prefer to work and with all of you to get you better devices. If you would prefer that, because we would prefer that, it is more cost effective and less time consuming for us to do electronic packets than paper packets. I do see, I sit next to the printer, and when Lori prepares the packets, I hear the printer going for about half an hour. So that, I also know that a lot of times when we leave the room, the packets are still on the dais. So I think if you are comfortable, we will look into getting you better devices so that we can give you electronic packets. And if that is something that, I mean, this doesn't have to be anything formal, but I see some head nodding. If that would be better for all of you, we will look into that.
That would be great. Apparently, some previous city council members absconded with their Surface laptops, so we didn't have enough. I didn't have one, and I wasn't willing to bring my own personal laptop in and have it subject to any core requests.
I think that's fair. And there are a handful of Surfaces upstairs, but I do know that they are older and they were not the best devices. So our IT provider says we can get you ones that will work for you. We can do it pretty inexpensively within the money that we have already budgeted for IT for this year. So I would like to do that for a number of reasons if council is agreeable to that.
Previously, having been here a while, there were a number of us who, like Max said, we just gave our tablet back because we just didn't use them. But we had the option, like I only started getting paper again when the city clerk changed. So a lot of us just wouldn't get paper, and we'd download it onto our own devices. Gotcha. and do it that way. So
Okay.
I think I mean, certainly that model's been followed before, but at least personally, I don't need an additional device.
Okay, that is good. Mayor, what's your preference? Do you device, no device?
I gave mine back almost right away, partially because maybe because I'm really old, but also because in terms of running a city council meeting,
Yes,
I need the layout. That's my personal preference.
That's understandable. Councilmember Fergensi, device, no device?
I would like to see these things get smaller instead of bigger. They're probably twice the size as they were when I started. And so I don't know if that's just a function of how busy we are, but there is a lot of information to come through, some of which I don't believe is required to make decisions on council. They're pretty cumbersome. So I prefer whatever you want to do, Lori. This is a lot of paper for
Yes.
one use time to review and then throw into the recycling. So I'm all for reducing paper, both physically as packet and utilizing a surface or whatever
Mhm.
you feel is the best implement to provide.
Yeah, and we can work on that too. We're very well aware that your last packets have been a couple hundred pages. And we're aware of that. I'm gonna answer your question. I think it's because we have been busy. But I also want to be cognizant of that's a lot of your last packets have been hefty and we're aware of that. So.
I'd like to add that, with that in mind, I could probably, if I had a Surface, then I could print out the parts that I felt like I really needed to have in front of me, but a lot of the bulk of this, like the COA is, 150, 200 pages long. I don't need to have all that on paper in front of me. That I can scan on the computer. So I could do a hybrid method for that.
I'm very pleased to, the trees are thanking all of us. I think this is a good, thank you.
May I ask for one thing, when you do go to electronic, can you make it so it's tabbed on the side as a PDF? Because there's no page numbers that go through. If you say go to page 242, there is no page number 242. So when you're flipping through, it's nice to have a chapter for different, so you can just go right there and find it instead of saying, where am I in the packet? Because that was a struggle for me in those electronic PDFs, is trying to find where we were was quite difficult, to say the least.
And like you say, a lot of like the COA stuff that's necessarily part of the record, if we could just chapter ahead to the next thing rather than having to go through 150 pages to get to the next agenda item.
That sounds great. And Maida is good to remind me, Tim, do you have a preference on device or no device?
I would use a device. That's fine with me.
Okay.
I am also fully on board with
I
device.
saw you nodding, so I figured, heartily nodding. So yes, okay.
I will say the difficulty with it is my own personal doing. I forgot my password. So I've been kind of, delaying that a little bit because I, didn't write it down when I should have, but that's my.
We'll make your password 1234.
Okay. I'm not getting anyone, please.
I'm kidding about that. Okay, great. Thank you. That's very helpful. That we'll get you those as soon as we can figure out an economical tablet / device. And I appreciate your help with this.
Thank you.
Actually, and staff appreciates it as well. Yeah, it will really help us out quite a bit. So thank you.
I'll explain in a second.
Did you already pass it out?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect, thank you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lori.
That is the end of my update. It's the feedback I got on the device is very helpful. So very excited about that. So thank you.
I'd like to add to your report. Well, no, this is something we've been talking about for months, and we finally acted on it. Lori acted on it last Thursday. We did demote our street department supervisor. And so we are working with the street department on a daily basis. We've asked Jim Schneider to come back on a temporary basis, a couple days a week. He's agreed to do that. I would say I've been the last 2 mornings, the mood is very good in the street department, and I feel pretty strongly that we're going to be fine. But we're also going to advertise for a new street department supervisor. So.
Great. Any questions or anything else for me?
Could you, you provided the operating contingency rundown? Is that part of your packet?
No.
Or is that something
I
else?
did, but we'll talk about that. One of the next two items. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have we wanted to give a brief report on the ARPA funding and where we are with that. I'm sorry, what? Oh, was that lemonade stand?
No.
Don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. No, you're right. It was, yeah. Do you want to sell lemonade? The entrepreneur gene might exist in that family. Okay. I just wanted to give a brief thing. The reason I gave you an update is Donna had reminded me that we had the second line item is a full circle, was a commitment to full circle for the unmet needs committee that we actually made in March before we had any idea what we could use ARPA funding for. We only knew it was going to be, we were going to get some. And so at that time, we decided we would fund it either way. And it was available for ARPA funding, and we could apply that. Since then, Donna has said, yes, we can apply that $50,000 to ARPA funding. So I've added it into this total. But I wanted to give us an overview of what our commitments are and then what's left. Now, the employee retention bonus is an absolute maximum and maybe less than that, but we don't know. And so put in the full amount as part of our commitment. Any questions on any of that?
I just recommend that you not put it in red. Red usually denotes a deficit.
That's a very good
I
point.
thought you had overspent already.
No, thank goodness.
Should be green.
Yes, I'll make it green. Thank you.
So the bottom two are just potential items that we could be investing in.
Well, the land purchase, we intend to make that. We just don't know what the number is going to be yet. We have certainly talked to the rail yards and the four of us, which was Jackie, Christian, and I have been talking to the developer, and I think we have a piece of land that's going to work, do what we want it to do. I want to offer him less for that for a couple of different reasons. Number one, because we don't have that much money left. Would be reason number one. We originally had said we would commit up to $300,000 for 5 lots. I want to offer him what would be $200,000 for 4 lots. And we should know, I hope within the next week. We're trying to pull everybody together and make sure our negotiating stance is strong before we go do that.
And Mayor, those lots are above and beyond the ones that they gave to us, correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right.
Yeah, this is phase 2. It's in phase 2.
Okay, so just purchasing vacant improved land from the developer. They'll be stubbed?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes. Then the real work begins.
It's a good way to start.
I know, gotta get started, don't you? This other thing with the county, Commissioner Marcel, a couple weeks ago, and I've mentioned already, come to me and said, would you guys be interested in using the ARPA funds possibly for this sharing the cost of school lunches? I don't know much about it. That's all she knew. I think we need to know more clearly about what are they proposing, and I put in our amount there, 72,675, based on the 32.3% share between the city and county and the ARPA funding.
And once we get details on what the program actually is, we should make sure it falls under the ARPA guidelines.
Right. Yeah.
That we can
Yeah,
actually
right,
spend.
we could actually support it. Anyway, this is just an update, so everybody can kind of see where we are on that.
I mean, on that note, is it possible to potentially use half funds from general funds, or, no specific percentage on what funds go where, but mix the funds a little bit in terms of what to pay?
We could do what we choose to do, yes.
Okay, cool. Just good reminder.
Okay, next up we have, we talk about these contingency funds, and this year has been a little bit different because we had a lot of items in there, but we just wanted to give a quick update on what we've spent money on thus far for contingency. And then Donna reminded me late this afternoon, there's $3,000 in committee for the music festival that is not showing here because we haven't received it.
So my question regarding this, because as you know, I try to pay attention to this also, are all the corporate payment systems from the 27th of March, is that all for the Alahis
Yes.
delegation and Juna Creative Works as well?
Junior Creative Works was the artwork we gave them.
And then what about freight earlier in that month?
Was that was for the?
That was the state of the community.
Okay, thank you. State of the community event.
Okay, and then the interpretation was for Ms. Perez on the
That is correct.
following
That was
one.
also stated.
And then I also had down from a prior that the, maybe I just wrote this down wrong, but the food for our legal training, I thought came out of the operating contingency. Is that? wrong?
Yes, it's probably one of those corporate pay, charges as well.
Oh, really?
I just wrote, because got it out of the bills as 177.08, and which is what I don't see, but maybe. It was in early, it was like the 1st of March or something. Do they, those first two add up to that?
Yeah, there were 2 charges. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Great memory. I'll just kind of update on where we are on that. What's up, we have $20,000 out of what's left for Christmas decorations.
Yes. Maybe not.
We have the Christmas decorations where they're not a separate line item for this?
No.
Okay, when we should talk about the, we'll talk about the accommodations tax.
Yeah.
We will talk about it this at the next meeting, but we will need to figure out then where the money will come from to reimburse the tourism panel for the month of January.
Okay. And we had talked about reimbursing not only the tourism panel, but also the other fund for the housing.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I knew there was another, yes.
Right, both of those, right.
And my figures come up to be a total of about 17 grand.
Between those two as the month of January payments. Thank you. Any questions about this?
I have 18 for the tourism panel just for the month of January.
Yeah, I know. I haven't been able to do that deep dive, Tracy, of who's paid, who hasn't paid. So what Lori and I have discussed is that we're gonna do, we came up with a formula of how to figure it out. And then after I do have some time to do that deep dive. If we have to readjust, we can at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it will at least pay them what we know based upon collections right now. So based upon what money we have received, or based upon the money that we're estimating we would have received in January. And if those numbers come out to be higher, then we can adjust that later. But yeah, we'll have to figure out where that money is going to come from.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move on to the next item, I just want to double check if the lemonade stand person is.
No.
No. I just, would they be in person or online potentially?
They're not here.
Okay.
I can text one of their moms and see if maybe they looked on the agenda and will come at 7:45.
Sure. Yeah, if you do that.
Want me to do that?
Yeah, something before we explain. Okay, at this time, we have a presentation by Vero Broadband.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Sean Morton with Vero Broadband. Thank you for being with that. Speak today to that. On the Zoom call, I have Evan Biaggi, our Chief Revenue Officer from Vero Broadband as well. He'll be my color commentator as I go through here today.
Hi, everybody. Just wanted to make sure you could hear me.
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Great. Thanks for letting us present to you this evening.
All right, so Vero Broadband, we are an internet service provider currently in Leadville, serving the school district, Lake County School District, with a wide area network over fiber optics and with internet services as well. We are presenting because we want to expand our presence in town, not only to serve the school district, but to serve all the businesses and residents as well. Fiber optic network. So first slide, just talk a little bit about Vero, just so you know who we are. We're focused on serving communities with fiber and broadband services that are reliable and high speed, as opposed to wireless or copper, which is the typical options in the mountain towns of Colorado. We're also not just fly by night, just showing up. We're a well-established company. We have about 26 million in revenue. We have 40 million in cash. Last year, we spent 23 million building out networks. We are in 18 states, 80 markets. We have 9,000 customers. Also, I'm okay with people jumping in with questions while I present.
Okay, thank you.
Make this interactive. Well, our focus, the next slide, is as we started at Leadville with the school districts, fiber to the home. We provide fiber to cell towers and small cells for the wireless carriers to improve their coverage, businesses, local government, data centers as well. Next slide, number 4, talk about our footprint here in Colorado. You see we are in markets like Gibson Eagle, Grand Junction, Woodland Park, Cripple Creek, down in Denver, and we're going down in Durango, Silverton, Norwood, Telluride, Ouray, southwest Colorado as well.
Yeah, I'll jump in on this slide here real quick, just to point out a couple things here, folks. We're really focused on more of the rural communities. That's really the areas that we provide services in. We have a data center and an office in Denver, but that's just because that's where the rest of the internet is. We have to have a presence there. That's where we backhaul all of our traffic to. But our growth trajectory in all of the communities that we are looking to do expansions in are going to be communities similar to Leadville, where it's not an NFL city. It's an area that has typically struggled with broadband and reliable access in the past. So I wanted to point that out. A number of these other communities on this map illustrate really the areas that we focus on here in Colorado. We're looking to expand outside of the state as well. And in those areas, it will be the same thing, focusing on smaller communities, more rural communities. And that's really the focus that we want to have as we continue to expand.
Thanks, Evan. Next slide 5, Vero's approach. We're striving to be the best in class quality service. So we use fiber optics for delivering our internet. And we also are focused on personal local customer service. Our techs are local Leadville residents. So we're not shipping people in from out of town to support the network here. And we want to keep our plans simple and priced fairly effectively.
Could you explain what FTTH means?
Oh, fiber to the home.
Oh.
I do have a question on pricing. Do you have a general estimate of what that would look like already, or?
Yeah, I'll give you, yes, I have that in a future slide, so I'll come to that.
Thank you.
Slide number 6, you can see it's just our current network serving the school district. Slide number 7 is our proposed network for the town of Leadville. Coverage of roughly 2,300 buildings throughout the core, all delivered with fiber optic speeds up to 1 gig. For the resident or the,
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick on that one again here, guys. The point here is that we've had a fiber network in Leadville, mainly servicing the school district for quite some time. That did get expanded to provide some services over to the rail yard subdivision as well through an acquisition that we made at the first of the year of a company called forethought.net. And with those two elements in place, it just was the logical move for us to say, let's go ahead and really take this up a notch and provide a community-wide solution and cover the rest of the community with fiber to the home-based services. So these were all things that have come together over the years that have really just positioned us to be the logical choice to step up and do this build out here for the community. This tonight's discussion really is not an ask for anything other than, hopefully some support in these efforts. We are self-funding the entirety of this proposed network here in Leadville, and we just welcome the community and want to be a welcomed member of that community as well.
It looks like this might be covered in the future slides, so if it is, thank you. But I know that there is setup involved in these processes, especially for climates like these, to ensure that it's year round and such. Do you guys have a strong plan on that already?
For construction?
Yeah, for construction.
Yeah, that is covered a little later. I'm gonna answer now, or you're gonna get to it.
Oh, wait.
All right, I'll get to it. All right, to your earlier question, internet service offerings, simple plans, high-speed internet will range anywhere from $60 to $100 a month, ranging from 100 megs to 1 gig of high-speed internet. That's competitive to rates in urban markets. Also, we participate with the FCC, their Affordable Connectivity Program, a federal government program that provides $30 towards credit towards a monthly bill for low-income residents.
And is that 101 figure both upload and download, or is
Yes.
that? Okay, so it would offer both 100 up and down?
Yeah, if you get 100 megs or a gig, it'll be.
And these are
You
bits,
get
right?
100 down?
Yeah, and up and down, yeah.
And these are bits, right? Not bytes?
Yes.
Okay.
Megabits. Yeah, it's that's fiber optics versus copper. So
I had no idea that was even possible.
yeah,
Okay.
so
It's a new one.
the hard part with broadband on existing infrastructure was built to deliver TV channels or for voice calls. Fiber optics are ideal for.
So it would handle CAD systems if someone was doing that out of their home?
Pardon me?
Would handle like CAD systems if someone was doing that out of their home?
Yeah, they'll have enough speed to do all that.
Oh, no
question.
And the gamers will love it too.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you say it's going to range, will there truly be a range, or is this a binary choice? We're gonna have to either get the 100 or the.
So our marketing department's working on what the pricing would be. It would probably be 3 flavors and 3 different price points, $60 for 100 meg being that sort of the entry level, and then something a little more of it. The person who wants everything downloading, uploading the world.
Yeah, we'll develop some specific packages for the market, but the overall goal is to have packages that are very comparable to service offerings in a more metro environment, such as Denver or Boulder or somewhere like that. So really, we're just providing a range today at $60 to $100 is where we feel that the everyday pricing will be for those different speed tiers. And the final pricing will be determined as we get closer to launch.
What other questions?
I have a few more slides.
Oh, there were more. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a few more
I
slides.
skimmed over. I was anxious.
The other services that we'd be providing would be managed Wi-Fi service, a voice service, and streaming. All right, so let's talk about the implementation. We employ professional design and engineering resources. We construct based on the highest industry standards. And we build our networks and plans for growth as well. We put a high fiber count in so we can grow as Leadville grows. And we collaborate with the community throughout the whole implementation process.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
now
more
we
specific
go
to
to
that, then, how much do you think that would impede with like daily traffic? Because I skimmed over, it looks like you have a phase to launch the initial phase target by November 2022. So are you
Yeah,
looking
that's our
to?
goal, would be by November. So to kind of get into the specifics, we have the town divided up into 6 segments or 6 phases. So in a perfect world, we can get 3 phases built this year and 3 phases built next year. Each phase would cover about 432 locations or end users, if you will. And what sort of where we're at right now is sort of the engineering and design phase. So Leadville, everything, just about 99% of the town will be covered by putting our fiber optics on the poles. And that's what we've done for the school district, and we do that in partnership with Excel. So I don't know how much you want me to go into the weeds here, so you can stop me if you want. But we would work with Excel to identify phase 1. Would work with Excel to look at those poles to make sure they're not overloaded, that they need to be replaced for a heavier load, et cetera, and get their approval to use their poles for phase 1. Then we come to the city for permitting and approval to do the construction. And the construction, when you're on poles, is not as invasive as digging up streets or boring and all that. It's basically the bucket trucks and the guys in the bucket trucks hanging the fiber as you go down from pole to pole to pole.
And that is a fairly quicker process than digging up everything as well, right?
Absolutely, yes, yes.
Which makes they should be doing it right now. I'm sorry.
It's more liable to interruptions if it's not buried, isn't it?
On the poles, in a sense, yes, it's safer when it's buried. Because when it's buried, you just have to worry about someone with a backhoe digging it up.
Or
versus-
dragging into a pole, knocking out all phone service for 2 days.
Yeah, someone knocking out a pole or really weather related, but we built redundancy in our network as well. So, you know.
So you can
you'll have
reroute
fun.
it.
Pardon me?
You can reroute it.
Yes.
A line up there.
Yes, so if there's a cut, the traffic can route another way.
I do have a question. You mentioned potential having to replace these poles. Is that a cost that you guys would?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we bear all the expenses for this. That's, I don't imagine that'll happen.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
either, because Excel's into its 2nd year of replacing all the poles.
Yeah.
Right now, so they're putting all of the poles in.
It was a hypothetical.
No,
Yeah, just looking around town, I don't see any overloaded poles.
Okay.
So.
And just to speak to a couple points there, I think the goal is to use the best construction method possible. There are pros and cons to both aerial fiber deployments as well as underground fiber deployments. I think somebody was mentioning, you could hit a pole with a car, you could have a tree fall over on the aerial lines. Underground, you're susceptible to people putting in fence posts and not calling in locates. So you have risks to both. With the aerial plant, what John was talking about earlier is typically there's a quicker mean time to repair because everything is visible. It's especially in the winter time, being able to get underground and locate things can be a challenge with an underground plant, when it's covered with snow. So, this is industry standard stuff on how fiber networks are deployed. We're not trying to reinvent anything there. We just want to be able to come into town and deploy fiber services and offer these great speeds to the community.
So your fiber network, your main backbone network, is that in place now, or is
Yes.
that's in place now?
Yeah, it's been in place since 2018. Yes.
Really? So this is obviously, I find it very interesting, and it's also pretty aggressive. is there a financial tipping point where you have to have, you know, a certain number of these 2,650 buildings under contract to
We would love to have at least 40% of the top.
40%? Okay, that's good. Good. Thank you.
Some people in my company might be asking for a higher percentage.
Yeah. So you guys are obviously talking about last mile service. Are you also a middle mile provider?
Well, we have network back to Denver.
Okay.
That's where we're doing our internet in from. And Evan, keep me honest, I think we have 2 routes in. If not, we're working on the second route. right
So
now.
one's up I-70, is the other one, you know, through Salida or Buena Vista? Do you know?
That's accurate. So Leadville, historically, most of the traffic and telecom services do flow south, even though it's a short hop to Copper Mountain. This all goes back to historical days of, it's why you guys are in the 719 area code, right? So that's in the same area as Colorado Springs. So all of the phone calls and whatnot for Leadville really tie back through Colorado Springs, and that route would go down south through Salida, Buena Vista, over Poncha Pass, all the way down into Monte Vista and over La Vita Pass to Walsenburg and back up to Colorado Springs. There are options for us to go straight north through Copper and then hit the I-70 corridor to Denver. And our plans are to have both routes in place so that if/when there are fiber issues on that middle mile infrastructure, we do have a failover for the community. So this has been something we've been working on in the background to develop the plan, and all of this comes together. And is this a good community for us to serve? Do we have all of those elements in place? And for you folks in Leadville, we certainly do.
Last question for me. Will you be asking for a franchise agreement as part of this build out?
We do not typically, so from a regulatory standpoint, franchise agreements are based around video television products. And that's why they work with a cable system operators usually are required to achieve franchise agreements. We're what's considered CLEC, a competitive local exchange carrier for telecommunication services. So we are regulated by the PUC and are allowed to utilize the public rights of way without the requirement of a franchise agreement to be in place.
Thank you.
Thanks, Evan. Well
Any
said.
questions for John?
Yeah, so just in sum, we're working on our engineering and permitting, and we'd love to get started on, construction. August, September timeframe, and we'll be out in the community with some outreach, and right before we're ready to go live, looking to sign up all the potential customers in our perspective.
I do have one more question. Will you consider, I mean, obviously you're focused on the density of this marketplace,
Yeah.
such as it is. Would you consider making connectivity within, let's say, a couple miles of downtown? And of course, I'm thinking specifically of, we have 3 outlying communities. They're trailer parks, but they're very, I would even refer to them as more middle class in terms of their need. But anyway, that's the question.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and that's something we do discuss. For some of those builds are kind of long and expensive, and there's not poles in place that we can use. And there's not enough density to maybe justify the capital expense, but there are a lot of government grants and the government programs that we could use to supplement the funding.
So if there were subsidies involved, maybe that would be a possibility.
Well, we're actively pursuing that with the Colorado Broadband Office, and we're looking like, I'm assuming that you're talking about maybe Twin Lakes and places.
No, I'm not talking about the farm. I'm talking about the outlying trailer parks, which are One's about 3 miles, one's 3 miles, no, it's about 2 miles. So, yeah.
Yeah,
I think there are poles going to all three of those.
And all three of them are fairly dense areas as
Yeah.
well.
So perhaps with a little bit of work, we can do it without a grant. We have to do our homework on that. But yes, we do want to expand with grants or without grants, wherever it makes sense. But right now, the first 6 phases are sort of the density here. But actually getting 3, 4, 10, 15 miles out of town to serve a neighborhood community is something we definitely want to do. Because we believe in providing the broadband to the community, and that means everybody, and not having people be left out,
Yeah, those are kind of dense outliers
Yes.
in the community, so.
And often left out.
Huh?
And often left out of
Right.
services.
Correct, yes, that's, we love bringing them into the fold.
Yeah, I'll add to this that, right now we're in what I'll call a once in a lifetime funding opportunity for infrastructure such as fiber optics. The amount of money that's out there for up for grabs, so to speak, for these types of opportunities has never been seen before up to this point. So we have a group internally that's focused on identifying the grant opportunities, and then what we would ask your help with is helping us to identify those communities so that we can match that funding to the communities or to the areas in need. The long-term objective here is if we're servicing the core of Leadville, that gives us an economy of scale to now be able to service all of those satellite communities around Lake County. And that, as John mentioned, is really our goal here, is to service the community, not just the core of Leadville. And we will be absolutely working with various folks. We've had calls with the SCED, the Southwest Colorado Economic Development folks, and working with them, other regional entities to try to collaborate and work on solving the broadband divide for all of those areas that are outside of the core dense areas in a community. So stay tuned.
And a big shout out to Nancy and Economic Development Corp for connecting us to SCED and helping us get connected in the community. So.
Can I ask one more selfish question? Are you starting on the east side or west side?
I'm glad you asked. I was wondering the same thing.
Let's take a vote.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Keep it ambiguous for our sake.
I honestly don't know. Our engineering guys are working on that, and as soon as I have that information, I'll let you know.
Yeah, we're happy to communicate with you all as we develop these plans and have more of a concrete deployment schedule. So we'll take your lead on how often and what types of updates you all would like to receive from us. But we've found that the more communication we have, the better. It's better to get the community engagement. People understand what we're bringing to the community. And of course, everybody wants to be first in line for service. So we'll, as soon as we have a definitive plan on that, we'll let y'all know.
Really, it doesn't matter. We're pretty agnostic on this as long as it's the east side.
Max, we have to speak up for our
Okay. All right, thank you for your questions for John.
I have a comment. I think this is great. I love the idea of having competition with our two current providers. I'm always happy to help, and especially I'm interested and happy to help you get more connected towards those outer communities that don't normally get this service from our current providers. So I have a business card if you're interested, but just would love to get them connected as much as we are. Even though they fly outside the city, I'd love to work with y'all on that.
Okay, excellent. Yes, I'd like to figure that out.
Thank you, John.
Everybody for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Thanks, Nancy.
Guys, appreciate it.
That's all that.
Yep.
They're next anyway.
They're next anyway. It's perfect.
Good timing, girls. Okay, next up, we have the lemonade stand temporary use permit. It says early in the agenda. I'm not sure that worked out all that well, but
And if I may correct, the name is Leadville Lemonade, correct, girls? Okay, if you would go to the microphone, please. This is Layla Horning and Chloe King.
If you would introduce yourselves.
I'm Chloe King, and I'm Layla Horning. And we were wondering if we could do a lemonade stand in front of the courthouse. We would also be adding Arnold Palmer's to mix it up a little from last year. We've been doing it, all of our family, a lot of the families have been doing it for a while, and wanted to continue it.
That's fantastic. Hang on for just a minute. We'll see if there are any questions from city council for you. Staff report, please.
Staff would like to say these ladies, before they submitted their application, they literally went to all the agencies and got the signatures themselves. So they have already been approved by the fire department, the health department, Lake County Building and Land Use, Leadville PD, and the county sheriff's office. They are requesting a 3-year permit this year, so they don't have to come and stay for these council meetings every year.
Well, they're fun though.
And I'm assuming the staff recommendation is in favor
Absolutely.
of granting permit.
I have a question actually for staff. If we grant a 3-year permit and 2 years from now, you guys are just over it and hand off to Asher and Owen, would the new proprietors have to come for a new
Yes,
permit?
yes,
Even
this
if it
is-
was within the 3-year period?
Yes, this is specifically for these two ladies right here. So if they choose in 2 years to decline, then it would be voided out and a new proprietor would have to get a new permit.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Does anybody in city council have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. Going to each department and seeing all these signatures, you have received the most signatures of any request for a permit that I've seen.
And that's why staff brought that up. Because if all permits were this easy, I would be very happy. So
Good job.
So are you, I didn't look, you're doing 9 to 4, is that correct? And I'm trying to see, is it certain days of the week?
Anytime.
Okay, so you're going to be out there 7 days a week?
Well, we have, I don't know, never.
And
Okay.
moms, if you want to come up and help them, you certainly may, but whatever. We have parents.
They're doing just fine.
They are doing great.
I think we might just keep it flexible. Maybe a club or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Fight club. Wrong. American Association.
This just came up tonight. If we wanted to have them at the expo and we got everything approved by the public health, and the time was different than 94.
But that wouldn't matter to me whatsoever. But that's it's not always a good way to proceed.
Just came up with it. They're in the expo thing.
Once they're approved, they could go to your expo, correct? Yes, yes.
Can we amend the motion to have them be a flexible location?
Flexible location, I like that, yeah.
It would only be the expo and the courthouse. If they went somewhere else, that would not be, other than that, yes.
Okay,
So
so the
that-
motion does say courthouse.
It does, so you're absolutely right. If you would include the expo, but I would not just.
Okay. In which case, I would entertain a motion, please.
Yeah.
Sure idea.
Loretto moves to approve the temporary use permit for Leadville Lemonade to have a lemonade stand in front of the Lake County Courthouse or the Lifetime Fitness Expo from June 10th through September 5th, 2022, said approval being good for 3 years or through 2024.
Lunella seconds.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fergency,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Luna Leal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hill.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lauritsen,
Yes.
Mayor Lobby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can't wait.
Good job, girls. Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Congratulations.
I will be sending you a letter.
Sounds like fun.
30 minutes to bedtime.
Okay, next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness. This is for a home on West Seventh that the applicant is asking to have the ability to demolish. And I'd like to, kind of remind everybody what the history of the demolition ordinance is. And this goes back quite a few years, but one of the first things that in the first year that I was mayor, one of the things we did, and I had been on HPC before that, is we've been talking about our vulnerability and the fact that we had nothing in place, no ordinance that would stop somebody who came into town buying a home or even one of our downtown buildings and demolishing it without our permission. And so we did put this in place to require permission from the HPC and City Council, knowing that there could be good reasons for demolition. But we wanted to have some control over that. And I say that because I watched that happen in Aspen, where people bought lots and they just took a perfectly nice historic Victorian and they just bulldozed it because it wasn't what they wanted on that lot. In our historic overlay district, we don't allow that unless we have a chance to vet it. So this is a certificate of appropriateness, so it is a public hearing, and I will go through the public hearing process. Good evening. My name is Greg Lobby. I'm the mayor of the city of Leadville. This is a public hearing before the city council to consider a certificate of appropriateness for a demolition in the National Landmark District. Tonight, we will consider a certificate of appropriateness. How many times can I say that? Hearing for the demolition of 304 West 7th Street in the National Historic Landmark District. When the public hearing is opened, I will first attend to some preliminary housekeeping matters. I will then ask for staff to discuss the highlights of the staff report, followed by the applicant to make a brief presentation of his or her case, then testimony of any individuals in the audience who wish to speak in favor of the application, and then those individuals who wish to speak against the application. The applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal, which is the applicant's opportunity to respond to any comments made by members of the public. After rebuttal, I will close the public input portion of the public hearing and allow City Council an opportunity to ask questions. Once the public input portion of the hearing is closed, we will not accept additional testimony unless it is in response to questions posed by the commission with the applicant. At the conclusion of our questions, the council will render a decision, which could include a continuation of the hearing. This public hearing is quasi-judicial, which means that we have to follow certain procedural requirements to establish a record. For this reason, it is important that when you speak, you identify yourself. If you would like to submit written materials, please understand that the city will have to hold on to those materials for at least 30 days after City Council renders its decision. I will now open the public hearing for certificate of appropriateness, public hearing for 304 West 7th Street at 8 o'clock. At this time, I'll ask City Council to disclose any ex parte communication that they may have had with the applicant. Has anybody spoken to the applicant about the specific application? Hearing none, thank you. We'll move on. Right now, I would ask for the staff highlights, and then we'll ask for the applicant to present.
Staff would like to say that the Historic Preservation Commission, this was a tough one for them. As you guys know, they're not real big on demolishing, letting anyone demolish anything. One of the main reasons for their decision to recommend to you guys approval is the fact that this house has been empty with no utilities for over 20 years. It's also had some compromised roof issues, which means snowfall and weather has been inside it, compromising all of the major interior. The HPC felt that if they were to save that, they would have to literally gut it all the way down to the foundation. They would just be replicating it, and that didn't seem like the proper thing to do. Another thing that was brought up at the HPC was this is not just a shed. This is actually someone's home. They want to live in it for the next 50, 60 years. This applicant is also going to be they're moving their in-laws in with them. So there will be two different, and their goal is to hopefully one day be in the basement where the in-laws are going to currently be. And so you can see that it is a long-term situation. They would like to be here. HPC made this decision just based on the condition. Also, one of the factors involved in this was that we cannot determine if the building was in 1886 like we think it was, because we can't determine where the current building is on that lot to compare it. So HPC did recommend approving demolition. We had one commissioner who did abstain simply because he didn't feel he had enough information as far as not being able to determine when the house is built.
Thank you. Also, in this packet, you will see a lot of information on what they intend to be the future build out of this. That's not germane to tonight's conversation.
The only thing on the agenda is the demolition.
Thank you. I asked the applicant to come up and present.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Ross. I go by Patty. My husband and myself, my husband is Chris Ricketts. We purchased 304 West 7th Street in January. And even though it was listed as a tear down on the real estate listing, we immediately contacted Lori Ty and did our due diligence and understood that it wasn't a given that we could tear the property down. And in fact, I just want to say that I'm not a big fan of scrapes. I live in Denver, and I don't actually like the whole process of people coming in and tearing down perfectly good houses to put up, mansions. That's not something that we desire. Really, it's that the property is in incredibly bad condition, and we don't see a viable way to restore it or rehabilitate it without taking it down to the foundation. And then the foundation itself will probably have to be redone. So then there's really nothing left of the original. And at that point, it doesn't make sense to us as a remodel. As you can see in the packet, and as Lori mentioned, the home's been vacant for over 20 years with no water or electrical service. And because so many of the structural elements have been exposed to the elements, they're compromised. They're completely compromised. I'm imagining, because the actual walls, you can just see where water has run down them. I'm imagining that the sill plates, all joists have just been damp for years, years of snowfall. And then, so the second reason that we would like to request this demolish order is because we would like to be able to live as a family in Leadville, and we wouldn't be able to do that in the current property as it is. And that's my mom and my stepdad right there, and we would like to have them live with us and be able to age in place in an appropriate building and structure that's not falling down. One thing I'd like to just mention is that we aren't asking for separate utility meters or to build a duplex or condo building. We're really just trying to build a family home with a mother-in-law flat inside of it. And we're not trying to build a McMansion or a modern monstrosity like you might see in some of the other mountain towns. And we truly don't see a way to save the existing structure, which we believe has exceeded its life expectancy. The property's been in a slow process of demolition by neglect for the last 20+ years, and we're simply asking to be allowed to rectify the situation by disassembling. And I just want to stress that we'd like to disassemble the property and keep as many of the original items as we can to reuse in the new home. Which, when you think about it, if we weren't allowed to demolish it, we would end up doing the same thing, because there wouldn't be a way to save the structural elements without disassembling and putting it back together. So we would really like to be able to build a home that is good for our family to live in for the rest of our lives. And we'd like to build a structure that is a visual asset to Leadville and it fits in with the vibe and the historic nature of the historic district. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. We may have questions for you, but
Okay.
first we'll go through our rest of our process. Thank you.
Okay.
At this time, I'd like to ask if there's anybody in the public who would like to speak in favor of this certificate of appropriateness. Please come up and speak to us. Thank you for being so patient. Okay.
So, thank you, Mayor and City Council, and I see some faces I know over here. I met Lori on the phone the other day, briefly, so you remember?
Yes,
Okay.
I didn't know if you're talking about me. There's two. I always make sure you're talking about the right Lori or Lori. or Lee or Lori.
I don't know that. I met you.
She's right there.
Yeah.
We only hire Lori from now
I
on.
actually just met Maida also.
Mine.
Who has to change her name?
I did, I actually, and I'm still doing it right.
Everyone reads my name.
Actually, I might. My prize is going to be renting from me, so I'm helping to bring her in here. I hope to provide
Excellent.
some, place to stay. I own the property at right next door to 306 West 7th Street, and I've owned it for, I can't remember, 10, 15 years, and it's been vacant the whole time. And I'm here to tell you that it is ready to fall down. There is no foundation, so you couldn't take it back to the foundation because it's a long house. So there isn't anything there to go back to. And I think it's in the state of deterioration of the roof that's used to be covered with a tarp at one point to keep the water out. The tarp blew off of them. I think that to have it removed is probably a good idea. It's actually detrimental. I think it's a hazard to, some kids or whatever that could possibly get it. It's been that way for as long as I've had property. And my house is only 8 feet, maybe 8 feet away from it, if that's 6 feet. I noticed that there was a survey up there, which I didn't even know. And it looks like the survey markers are showing that that property is actually encroaching on my property. So if the house wasn't there anymore, I just found this out like 2 days ago. If the house wasn't there anymore, then it has an appropriate setback. And,
I do remember talking to you, I'm sorry. I did, it was me that talked to you on the phone.
I'm sorry.
I do remember talking to you on the phone, it was me that.
Oh, it was you that talked to me? Okay,
No,
I'm sorry. I thought it was you.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
We trade places, just to confuse everyone.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think it's fire hazard, and I think it's down. I don't see a whole lot of historical value to it.
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
All right. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak in favor of this applicant?
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Appreciate your time tonight.
State your name.
Tough decision. My name's Stephanie Doyle. I live at 303 West 8, directly behind this property. It's been quite disappointing to see the neglect over the years. And I did want to mention a couple things before you approve a total demolition. I would like for you to consider a couple things before approving the total tear down. I think this site where a new build would require an extensive site analysis, including a hydrology report of the property and the vicinity. This particular block in the whole area has an large history of situations which are not safe. Primarily, there's an underground spring that's part of the 304 West 7th Street block, and it still poses a major problem.
that our modern sewer system does not address. Specifically, a large sinkhole developed at the rear of the portion of the property 2 summers ago. It was large enough for a car to fall into it. My neighbor who rents 306 West 7 from Carl here called the fire department. The alley was taped off. I was present when the firemen were there and they didn't want to go anywhere near this hole. I witnessed my neighbor probing the bottom with that 15-foot plus pole. He did hit a bottom of something and it continued to echo. Maybe 10 years ago, another large sinkhole developed at 317 West 8th Street, which is on the corner, about 4 houses down from this home. It was similar in depth and large enough for a truck to fit through. Both of these should be on record with the city, as emergency fire and street department did fill in these sinkholes. In addition to that, the home when I first moved in 93, there was a garage that was part of the structure. And unfortunately, the owner tore that down before he got permission to rebuild. I don't know if that had anything to do with falling down of the foundation or consequently the sinkhole that developed. But I do know that he wasn't able to redo it because it did encroach upon the setbacks. I also want to mention in the mid-90s, down the alley, east on 7th Street between the 2nd block and Pine Street, again, a sizable sinkhole developed. I think you can talk to many old timers and they will remember that through the alley. In addition to the sinkholes, I personally know of many properties from 217 West 9th and 208 and 212 West 8th that do fill up with water in the basement. This is something that occurs every year, some worse than others. But I did want to mention this underground spring is indeed an issue. Now, Jim and Susan have a house 2 doors down on 7th Street. They used to have a cistern in the back of the alley, and he filled it up when he put in a solar shed / hot tub over the years. What's a cistern? It's an artificial reservoir for storing liquid, especially water, specifically an underground tank for storing rainwater / runoff. So this whole area is an issue. Unfortunately, I don't have a old photo, but there is a photo in the Magic City, Leadville, Colorado Magic City book that everyone's familiar with. This whole portion of 7th Street was flat. In this picture, and I really apologize, I tried very hard to have that for the meeting. You can see Ken Klober's house on 8th Street, the big yellow house, my house, and then portions of the 7th Street area. Now, urban legend has it that to fill in this flat area, they took rock, timber, and other debris from the Ice Palace Park itself and filled in this large hill. The maps that are available don't show this, but again, many houses on 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and Street were all made timber from the Ice Palace Park. So you have 2 situations where you probably have a very unstable soil and hill area. I think it's prudent for you guys to, before you approve a demo, to make sure that a proper formal site evaluation needs to be done. And I feel, given the history of the area that I just outlined, it would be beneficial for you to work the city with the current owner to see what exactly is going on in that area. If indeed it's not stable, then you would not be able to, of course, build a front to back, side to side, new modern structure. So I am urging you to require a proper engineered site with probes and figure out what's going on. I also might mention.
Stephanie, I'd ask you to wrap it up, please.
Yeah, I also might mention too that the neighbor 2 doors down does get a very, very hollow vibration sound when trucks go down on 8th Street, her and the 2 neighbors. So that's pretty much what I did want to mention tonight. I did also want to mention that, you know, there is a lot of history to that house. I was able to do a little bit of history on the home, and Deputy Sheriff Donald McDonald owned the home from the 50s and 60s. Prominent family, the McDonalds in the Leadville area. So appreciate the time tonight. Before a demo, I'd like to see a site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak either for or against this certificate? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to close the public input portion of the public hearing.
Jensen moves to close the public input section of this meeting.
Seconds.
Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Thank you. All were in favor. At this time, we have questions and comments by city council. We're in deliberation, so you can ask questions of staff or of the applicant. We'll also remind city council to focus on the certificate of appropriateness only. Refer from both the applicant and public comments about issues that may very well be outside the scope of this particular hearing.
If I may just add for your benefit, council, a state demolition permit requires an asbestos check. So all of that will be handled through state agents.
Thank you. Any questions? Also keeping in mind when, if and when the applicant gets to build a new home on this property, they have to go through the building, department, the building process and all the safeguards therein.
Yes, so Lori, what you're saying is that we're saying that it's appropriate to, that's what we're deliberating about, is the appropriateness to demolish a structure, but they would have to go and get after doing the asbestos remediation, if there is any, then they would receive a demolition permit from the state.
Correct, correct.
Has our HPC established is it a period of?
Certificate of, period of
Period of
appropriateness.
significant, yes,
No,
and it ends at 1900.
In 1900,
Right.
so kind of 18,
Yeah,
prior to
1860 to 1900.
Because I think, obviously our HPC has changed in its membership and its approach over the years. I'm a little bemused to see that they're actually considering the condition of the structure and highlighted 20 years of abandonment. Since a prior HPC had the approach that it was not the house's fault that it had been neglected. And so I don't know what to think about seeing that there. I think more compelling to me is the Sanborn maps, which we highly rely on. It really is, when I'm looking at them, not clear what structure is there, was there, and is in fact the structure there from this period of significance. That's the word. That's the compelling piece to me that makes it.
And that was the HPC's biggest dilemma. You're right, they're not exactly pro demolishment at all. So this took some serious thought from them, and they did deliberate quite a bit about this. And just, yeah.
I attended that meeting, and of course, part of it is, how do you decide, is this house historically relevant, contributing? And they were debating that, of course. And part of it was, is there any way truly to save this house? And that was the other part. Like I said, when we first went into this, I knew there would come a time when there was going to be an appropriate reason to demolish, but we wanted the right to make that call.
And the HPC's point was, if there's ever been an actual reason to demolish a house, this one was. And they don't normally, you're right, they don't normally see this. It was the years that we've left.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question or that can be answered, but you said the member who abstained felt that they did not have enough information. What was the?
Dating the house.
What that was?
Dating the original house.
And that information is just not available.
Not existent, right, correct. It was just something we could not determine.
That is.
I'd just like to say also to Dana's point that once you take down everything that is no longer structurally sound, and that according to the assessor property card, it's on a mud sill, which is our lovely name for no foundation in Leadville, there's nothing left. What's going to be left? It has to be structurally sound. It's been abandoned for 20 years. So it just seems kind of a moot point. By the time you try to rebuild this, you're just rebuilding the house.
And that was the HPC's point, was you're just duplicating a house that, and that's not something the HPC is happy with. You don't want to duplicate and make it look old when it's not old. So, but having to gut it down to that non-foundation made it,
Did the HPC consider a partial demolition? Like, is there a part of the house? Obviously, the stuff without a roof is gone.
That was part of the problem.
Did they consider a partial demolition with keeping part of the house?
They did suggest that originally. They wanted that. And in all fairness, the COA came to us as a pre-COA. They actually came to us, got our HPC's thoughts and what would they do, and then they came back with a full-fledged COA application. So, but one of the things that HPC was asking them is, if you take it back all the way, you're just duplicating the house. So it didn't make any sense. I completely lost my train of thought. So guide me back.
So the part of the house where the roof is still intact is somehow also not salvageable.
Right. The biggest problem with the one who abstained was we cannot determine what the original house is.
Gotcha.
So our first thought was peel it back like onions and see if we can't get to, but going by the Sanborn maps, that's almost impossible to figure out. So as we suggested to Katya and her husband, was as they peel and take things off, there's so much of the house that they've already found that they want to use. There's a wall with New Yorker magazines all over it. That's obviously dated back to the 70s, not the 1800s or 1900s, but still to them, it's something that they want to save for the new house. They've also found kitchen cabinets, some beautiful old doors that make you think, oh wait, this really is historic. But again, proving it and going back to what is the original structure was impossible.
I would say this, to your point about demolition by neglect. It's actually a legal term. When we first considered this ordinance, we were using Boulder, city of Boulder, as a template. And the demolition by ordinance was applied when maybe somebody had asked for demolition and they were denied. And then they just, you know, stopped fixing the roof, as an example, and they could actually be found guilty of demolition by neglect in that case. You're right, I mean, it's not the house's fault, but I think in that case, there had to be, you know, a reasonable point of neglect for that was considered, I guess, criminal, for better lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I believe the applicant's idea of taking what is salvageable out of the house and applying it where they see fit is sound. It's a mud sill. The HPC has recommended this for demolition. Of course, I don't necessarily see the nexus between perhaps the stability around and the demolition. So I would think that through the new build, which we're not discussing tonight, that's when you're going to be making sure that the foundation itself is below frost line, that the compaction level, the new soil and everything around the soil is going to be up and running. And I actually like the second design with the garage down below personally, just because.
Not relevant.
That's.
I know, but I'm just saying I like that. I've always liked those types of designs.
I would say this is a kind of a side note in terms of the future of this piece of land. I lived in a house one time that, as it turns out, didn't know it when I bought it, had an underground spring. You know, and my basement did flood, but it never happened again because put in French drains and a sump pump, and the problem is very solvable. But sometimes underground springs, and they're seasonal, you know, and so that never happened a second time, but it was definitely an underground spring, and that is a problem for homeowners. And for the other homeowners in that block who are having that flooding problem, there are ways to fix it. They're not that complicated. So, okay. Any other questions for either the staff or the applicant? I would entertain a motion, which could be approval, it could be a denial of approval, or it could be a continuance.
Councilmember Fujensi moves to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of all structures at 304 West 7th Street based on the criteria set forth in the related CAO application materials. Staff report dated May 24, 2022, in the City of Leadville's Municipal Code, Section 17.44.070. I further move to approve the residential infill design based on the submitted design application materials. Wait, nope, that's sorry. Nope, that's it. I read too fast.
Loretson approves, I think.
Did you stop him in time?
I stopped.
Okay.
Where were you reading?
Period.
Are you just making it up?
Yeah, you just made
And
that.
Loretto second.
That's what I says. Do I have a second?
Yes. Councilmember
Loretson,
Loretson?
second. Okay. Any other discussion? I'd say I've been involved in this for a long time. We protect our historic district for a reason. I've looked at everything on this, and I feel like this certificate of appropriateness is appropriate.
The HBC is really wondering how you guys feel about the fact that they recommended approval. So
I will say I am less conservative probably here in terms of remodeling old places and generally going away from that. And I think this is definitely appropriate.
okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Did you say inappropriate?
Appropriate.
Sorry.
Yes, very appropriate.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Loretson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes.
Councilmember Lenoir.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Fujensi.
Yes.
Mayor Lobby.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for going
Thank
through
you, guys.
the very public process and having to do it twice.
It's been a long process for this. Thank you so much, guys. I will be sending you approval letter in the next couple of days, okay? So, thank you, guys.
You might listen to what Stephanie had to say in terms of the future of that piece of land.
I have photos on that.
Okay, next up. Yeah. Nobody knows. They're all dead. At this time, we have the temporary use permit for Leadville Trail 100 Run and Expo. Yes, Run is first.
There's really no big changes, so Jenny writes the concerns that we talked about last time, I think. If that's where we should start, but essentially, everything about the run is the same as it's been. For those of you who don't know, we request Harrison to be closed. It would be about 3 o'clock or 3:15 until 4 a.m. when we start, 3:30 to 4:15. Basically for mitigation, it's in the actual permit, but basically just to mitigate interaction between motorists and runners as we get everybody into crowds. But on this particular event, everything is on the west side. As we spoke last time, we're really working hard at putting all of our folks, all of our athletes to the west side of Harrison. Do you want me to?
No, we're
I'm
okay.
not so
They're
sorry.
they're about to go. Like, you want me to? I will.
Thank you.
Don't close it completely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Might get warm.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So essentially, we talked a little bit last time, and the idea, one of the things that we're really focused on is how we can reduce burden and impact on Leadville. We know that there are some issues around traffic, around parking, around congestion. We have a pretty comprehensive shuttle plan put together. As you all can see in the layout of what we have there now, the impact plan, trying to address some of those issues. So same thing for the run. There is really nothing that we've changed dynamically. The expo is on Friday. It does read Thursday to Sunday. Thursday is actually just a setup day in expo. It's okay. It's a setup day. Friday's the actual expo. Our vendors are coming in, so I think it's good for people to know that there's definitely impact happening. But Friday is the actual expo. Saturday, Sunday are the actual event. Obviously, it's a little bit less impactful than the mountain bike, which we'll get to shortly, but that piece is all the same. We're not requesting anything new in that arena. We're not requesting anything new in the arena of Harrison and Sixth. We really want, and one thing I do want to get to, and I don't know if it's really here as much as with our city and county roads and bridges, is to really get to the idea of where do we want to station our traffic support so that we can start to push our athletes and spectators to that west side and really push and keep everybody on that side and farther west over by the middle school, high school, community field. So that's a big goal for us. As I said last time, we look at this as a 2 to 5 year cultural change, and we're really pushing hard. We've put together all kinds of media around this piece. So we've got social media, we've got podcasts. I just did some work with Adam Deschamps around that video piece, which we're going to launch here next week, and you'll start to see those show up in different arenas, really speaking to some of these issues. So we're really trying to find all the ways that we can get the message out that, and I've addressed it from the standpoint that, as we talked last time, our athletes have asked what they can do. You know, they want to know how they can participate, and one of the biggest ways is to give back. I believe the privilege of being here is to really meet the needs of Leadville. We all feel the impact. You know, we've already started to feel it in May. Some of that's race stuff for sure, but we know June into August is definitely an increase in related to race stuff. So our big focus is around this piece. I want to get with city and county roads and bridges and really talk about where can we staff and where can we start to push that traffic to the west side. I don't believe that's really here as much as that's with them to determine, do we want to put staff at Safeway? Do we want to put them at 10th Street? But we have hired additional folks to help support the traffic issues as well. We've doubled it, in fact, and probably tripled it for the mountain bike, which we'll get to. So again, underlining, I don't want to take too much time here. I just want to get to questions that I can answer for you, but nothing's really changed around this event itself. They're off and running. It's slower. It's not quite as impactful. We don't see as many dangerous issues. as we do with the mountain bike. We did request a lead out. I did talk to Chief Edwards. He was able to supply that piece. We're not relying on them for support beyond that. Although we are talking with Dan Breyer, he will have him involved because he has that previous knowledge of what that Pine Street and 6th Street kind of impact is. One of the things we talked about last time is really more around mountain bike, but how we can address that 6th and Pine Street, because it is. I've watched it, we've all watched it. It's a definite issue. We will add staffing there ourselves. For the run, we're not requesting that anything be changed there unless we all view together that we should push that closure a little bit further to avoid Pine Street being in that mix. We didn't ask for that with the run. We don't feel that that's necessarily the place to focus energy. So nothing big changing. Keep everybody to the west. Focus on the parking, the shuttles. What you'll start to see happening on the website, if you take a look at it, is we're going to have shuttle tabs that show every bit of the shuttle. So not only are we pushing them there, but we'll have shuttles that deliver them back and forth, looping from the expo back and forth to their parking. Then we'll do the same thing with 8 stations on Saturday and Sunday with the run. We'll be working hard to really manage that Twin Lakes. We've been working closely with Winfield and with Twin Lakes, with Kelly and Bob, as well as the community around how can we work with you to decrease impact. We feel like we've made some good strides. They seem to be very happy with the direction we're going in Twin Lakes. Winfield, same way. But again, just to clarify, our shuttle plan is increased actually quite a lot from last year to make sure that we can handle the 82 traffic, that we can keep people safe on that road, because that's another area that I see as a vulnerable spot. To this day, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more issues. We also know that we can see Glenwood Springs closed down, and we could see people getting pushed into that 82 corridor. So we're looking at contingency plans around that piece. Also working to set up time with the fire chief to look at wildland fire backup, kind of how are we going to deal with something on a larger scale with both of these events around evacuation, should we in the event see something that becomes an issue. That's the broad scope. What questions are outstanding around it right now?
I think Max had asked about porta potties. I'd like to know more about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, porta potties in town.
Yeah.
It's just not addressed in the sanitation plan.
It's all in there.
It starts with the H&R Block building, goes to start and finish, and then goes to the top of the main power line.
Where are you hoping to see him, Commissioner?
Well, I'm a council member, but
Council member, sorry. Gave you a new job.
it's more for the spectators down 6th Street.
You brought it up last time, and what were you envisioning? Like seeing some along the corners on 6th Street?
To alleviate the concerns of our citizens with people, and also providing, because the run, you can be out there waiting for your runner for some time, right? Even if you know exactly where they are at Mayclean, all of a sudden the wheels fall off. So I would just say that it would be great to have something, and I don't know exactly, but something probably down at the bottom.
Parties now.
Yeah.
Where are they stationed right now?
Nowhere on 6th.
No, are they at the?
So there
Parking
is,
lot at the courthouse?
there's a chunk at the courthouse and a chunk at H&R Block. And the big piece of this historically has been, where is the right location to put them? And not infringe on private residents as well, which we talked about. But I also, this all got submitted before we had that last discussion.
Yeah.
And I'm totally open to saying, we think we should put a couple along 6th Street, not a problem.
Yeah.
But they are historically, the list is in, I'm trying to pull up what page it's on. The list is in the top with the full, like 20 or whatever it is at the courthouse, and the same at H&R Block, and then an ADA in each one of those areas as well. We have not historically put something out on that 6th Street area. What would we envision would be suitable or would address that? I hear you on the spectator piece for sure.
It's more for the optics. I want to see if people use them too, but I would think at least one at 6th and McWethy down at the corner, right there would be probably.
What about one at 6th and Pine and one at
6th and
6th and
Pine.
McClellan?
Yep, I think those are.
Or do we
two.
do the school, because that school would be usable?
Less residential.
It's not allowed.
Right. No, I mean, but like that seems good, because that's kind of more public.
I
It
think
takes it
one-
off the
I think
residents,
one at
sort of,
6th and
right, yeah.
6th and
And then
Pine.
one somewhere up over the hill. Right.
Sixth and McQuethy, and then like right at the
Even Sixth and
school.
Pine,
But what's at Sixth and Pine? It's like
tons of
yoga
spectators.
tons of spectators, but tons of, like, where would you, I guess my question is, where would you put
You'd
it
have to
that
sit-
isn't in
you'd have to
somebody's
sit-
front yard?
You have to sit in the street near the corner where it's a kind of a no parking area.
That would be part of the closure, right?
It is part of the closure. Right.
Or do we put a sign, we can put one there, but do we put a sign there that says bathrooms? You know, do we sign it and put it in the school park? The only reason I say the school is then we don't impact, I've had some of the residents, which I'll speak to on the mountain bike a little bit, just speaking to having the parking and those pieces in their property, but I'm open, whatever you feel is best.
Jim, yes, please.
Yes, thank you. So trying to direct parking up the schools, is that correct?
Direct parking, yeah, yes, we are trying to direct parking towards we're attempting to move it towards the community fields, high school and middle school.
Okay, are there going to be porta potties up there? And or are the schools going to be available to be able to use their facilities, to be able to use the bathrooms and change?
I think the dilemma we're running into with the schools right now is who's there to clean them. So I'm open to certainly putting something in the parking area, a couple in the community fields and a couple in the high school, specifically that lower lot, possibly the intermediate school as well. Do we think 2 in each of those areas is sufficient?
Well, I would do as much as possible. I'd like to see them go to the bathroom before they come into town and for the starts.
It's I'm not a sanitation planner.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know that to Tim's point, for example, if we're gonna have people parking there, more than likely should have a couple, not more than porta potties at any of those parking locations that you have parking. It's probably also a staging area, and I would think one at Pine and Sixth.
I'd like to see one at Pine and Sixth, and then when you go over the hill, maybe, I think what might be adequate is I always feel like they get underutilized, but I could be wrong. Is one on the high school side and one on the middle school side. And that way also spectators down there at that intersection, we like to see the runners come through from coming off the boulevard onto Sixth. There would be a porta potty, those porta potties would be available to them as well. What do you think? Anybody else? So we'd be adding, you'd be moving to, you might be adding 3, you might be moving to.
So I'm gonna put down, we'll do one at Sixth and Pine. And we'll use this same plan for mountain bikes, so we don't have to go back to it again, but we can do the same thing with that. So one at Sixth and Pine, one high school side, one middle school side. And feel like start there and see how we do with that.
Tim, any thoughts?
Yeah, so when you're saying high school side and middle school side, you're talking about right at the schools where they're parking?
Yeah, probably closer to the road, I would think.
I would say we put one, I would just offer this, I'd put one right at the corner, kind of McQuethy and high school side there. We also probably put one in the lower parking lot because we're gonna try to push a lot of traffic into that 3rd Street on the south side of the high school and that lower parking lot. So put one down there that's accessible as well. One on the high school upper side of Sixth and one on the opposite side, middle school side.
Sure.
I don't want a lineup.
I think it's a plan. At least it's a different than it has been in years past, and maybe more effective.
And do we think anything else on Sixth Street? Do we feel good about the line and try that? I'm with you.
See how it works, and
Yeah.
And I guess I know that, I don't know how many spectators attend your briefings, and maybe tell them that there's going to be some porta potties on Sixth, or I don't know how to get the message out.
So to that point, Max, we'll have like 15 down in the football field where the briefing
Okay,
is.
got
So that football field is already covered,
Okay, good.
the briefing area itself. And that, we'll just probably pull one or two up to the lower parking lot so that it's more accessible, more readily available. Does that make sense?
All right.
Good.
It's my opinion that on the run, the morning of the run, you said you're gonna do it for the mountain bike. I think you should close Pine. I mean, access across Pine. That's just my opinion, at least until the runners have left.
Mhm.
What does everybody else think?
What,
You get around.
Well, they're going to Harrison, they're going west on Harrison. Pine is the next street
they're
there.
going west on Sixth?
Yeah.
How do they get around?
So I talked with the chief and the sheriff also about the same issue for both events, and I think we all agreed with that idea of closing just past Pine and then your traffic. I don't know what the closest alleyway is in there. I can't remember. Is there one there?
We may have to throw up a quick detour
Yeah.
of some sort.
It's a
You
long
can't-
detour, isn't it? If you close Pine?
But that is true. There's no
It's a
way
massive
around. it.
detour. I mean,
That's been the issue
You have to go all the way up
historically.
to James and come across, and there's still runners coming.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's a bad idea, sorry. But
Pine.
you just have to, even for the gun, for the next 10 minutes. We're talking about a very short delay.
Oh, you're saying,
4 in the morning, I don't know that there's gonna be a lot of
okay.
traffic coming across there.
you better have somebody not allowing people to try to cross. when
We
there's
have
800
marshals there.
People, yeah, there's my.
We have marshals, but we'll also have professional parking staff this year on both events in those vulnerable areas. That is, I've identified that as a vulnerable area. I think we all have. So we will put not just volunteer, we'll have probably, I think there's 4 volunteers there right now, and then we'll have 2 high-vis paid staff as well. And then once everybody's out of there, we can decrease that number as they're coming back, but we will make sure that it's also protected on the returns.
I understand that you're actually planning a shuttle this year from the parking lots. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yep. Yeah, I just got, I won't even go into it, but yes, we are planning it. It was a sizable
Did you
increase.
do that last year? Good.
This is a new implemented, new part of the plan.
All right.
So let's see what happens. Sign it.
Any other questions from city council? Or concerns?
No, I think these are all positive steps and I'm really excited to see what happens.
Yes.
I agree.
All the runners want to know, will you change the cutoff at Makeling? Okay, never mind.
Can staff say something real quick? Did you say no?
No chance.
That was me saying yes. Because I have no power to actually say yes.
Anyway, staff just wanted to point out that I did talk to Chief Edwards this morning and ask him if he was gonna stick around because he wanted to come to the work session. And he actually said, Tamara's got it together. We don't have any concerns. And a lot of that is because they're doing some, they're hiring outside agencies and they do know that he knows their role and they are planning to lead out, but he said that he had already discussed it. So I just wanted to throw that in there since the chief thought it was not relevant for him to be here because they have already handled it.
My guess is that chief feels a sense of relief that you've hired
Yes.
some professional traffic help. In my mind, at least, that probably is going to make really a big difference in corralling the cats, if you will, at 4 o'clock in the morning. So, or 6:30, that's what we're talking about. They're all the same. Any other questions or concerns?
Question for you, Mayor. Would we include the addition of the porta potties in the motion?
I think it would be wise.
Okay.
It's a change to the permit, so I think that would be good. And of course, as usual, says it was your idea.
I mean, that's why I was.
I know, you were ready for me.
All right, well, on that note, Councilmember Luna Mev moves to approve the temporary use permit for LTF/LRS to host their annual Leadville Trail 100 Run and Expo from Wednesday, August 20th, 2022 through Sunday, August 21st.
It should be the Wednesday, the 17th. It's Wednesday, August 17th. I know it says the 20th.
Wednesday, August 17th, 2022 through Sunday, August 21st. Is that still right?
17, 18, 19, yes.
2022, with the addition of adding a porta potty at 6 Pine High School and Middle School.
I would say maybe by the high school, lower lot, high school, upper lot, and middle school lot.
Middle school, lower lot, you said?
Lower lot, upper lot, and middle school lot.
Okay, high school, lower lot, upper lot, and middle school lot.
Green seconds.
Is there any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Loretson,
Yep.
Councilmember Hill. Councilmember Hill. Councilmember Luna.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hill. Councilmember Luna Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Fergenzi.
Yes.
Mayor Lobby.
Yes.
Thank you. Approved.
All right, next we have agenda AD. This is a TV for Lifetime Fitness triathlon series to host the Leadville Trail 100 bike on Saturday, August 13th, and the Leadville Trail 10K on Sunday, August 14th. And the expo, sorry, on the 11th and 12th. Is that right?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Basically, the 11th, 14th.
Same, we've already discussed this.
We kind of have, and so I want to make sure we're on the same wavelength in terms of the plan for the bicycle. How does it change relative to this? And you had talked about possibly starting the bicycle ways such that all the riders would be on the west side. Is that not in your plan this year?
There is actually in the impact, I think it is in there as two options, and I further met with the sheriff and the chief, and we sat down and looked at both options. So the two options, just to lay them out. One option was that we close Harrison. So I want to come back to that in 1 second. The other option was that we keep everybody on the west side of Harrison and we close 6th Street down to about halfway of the 200 block. Both of those options are in there. However, I want to share this further conversation with the chief and the sheriff. And so I did a little more due diligence in talking with folks, both proprietary business wise and then resident wise, and actually had more support than expected for the closure of Harrison in that conversation in talking with the sheriff and the chief because of the Grand Prix element. So reminding you that we have a 60 rider Grand Prix Pro element to this race this year, which is slightly different addition than what we've had in the past. There's a prize purse involved. There's some elements to this that have increased the media attention around it. And as we explored this further and started to weigh out what was safer and what would actually potentially keep everything moving with the least amount of vulnerabilities, the three of us were all in support actually of the idea of pushing for closing Harrison. So I want to lay that on the table and talk through that a little bit if it's okay. The idea being that it would be closed presumably from 10th back to at least 5th and maybe halfway between 5th and 4th, just to make sure that there's plenty of room. 10th is negligible only in the sense that you're coming around that corner and what's safer in terms of where you close it there. You all know best in terms of scheduling and boom days, what has been effective in that arena. But with this idea in mind, with the amount of media, with the amount of increased attention, the chief and the sheriff were both in favor of closing it this year as an attempt to see what that looks like, but also keeping everybody safer and just the overall vulnerability, reducing that risk. Business wise, I actually, and so part of it was looking at how do we involve Leadville more in this opportunity? I have been very focused on this idea. One of the things that we proposed was bringing in music and having things that are more suited to our local community, not just biking, because not everybody cares about biking in Leadville. In fact, lots of people don't. But what can we do in this event that's more for our locals as well? So in the closing of it, how do we address the impact on the public? If we were to close it, how would we actually take care of our community and our public to do that? The background to it is keeping everybody safe. The bottom line is, with this Grand Prix effort, we don't know that that's something we'll see next year as a part of this, but we know that it is a part of it this year. It may be the right year to look at this and really see what happens when we close it. No, it was not a good plan. Yes, that actually was much safer. I believe sincerely that we have been lucky that we haven't seen more issues between motorists and bikers in that arena of, and just overall pedestrians and spectators and all the people who get involved with this event. It's grown over the years. I know it has gone, it's been Harrison closed, it's been not Harrison closed. It's been a lot of different things. And looking at it through just a safety lens, this is where we landed. So first off, what questions would you have about that idea, or where would we start with that part of the conversation?
For me, it was just an idea that was interesting. I can also see where people want to start under the banner of the race, so that makes a certain amount of sense. I'm going to be a lot more concerned with some of these closures that I've never seen before to this extent. I'm not as worried about it. That's worked. You know, it's worked in years past. You just have to close off Harrison Avenue, let's say from the corner at 9th. Maybe we just detour them straight across, you know, when they're coming up Poplar, just, they don't even make the turn down 9th Street, just come straight across. And then the detour brings them back on 5th or on 4th. You know, just to circumvent the downtown area, that would work very easily, I think, in both directions. So I don't know that I have a huge preference on that. How about everybody else?
I will say with your plan specifically, I believe that's a one-way that it would close off into, so it would be a bit confusing. You'd have to figure out signage to make sure.
Well, we could cover, you know, to Jan's thing earlier, we can cover up a sign for that detour, and it's a very, at least that detour is short-lived. I mean, it's only long enough for the start of the race and the riders to get out of there. We might only have to have it closed off a detour for half an hour.
Yeah.
Which part are we referring to right now? Because
we're talking about from Poplar at 9th.
No, I mean, are you just talking about the beginning? Because I'm talking about all day.
I know you are on some of
Okay.
these things, so that's what
Okay.
I need to get to.
Okay, sorry.
No, that would not be all day. But I don't know, what does everybody else think?
I guess if you're, I don't want to, Tamara's been thinking about this for a long time.
Right.
But that said, whatever those detours have to happen, we have to get the people to the parking locations, right? And so however that works to get them to the high school and down to the ball fields and get the shuttle back, I'm fine with that. But like, we have to make sure that we're not like creating a janky pattern to get to where we want them to get to begin with. So I don't know what that is, and I'm not going to say that I know all that work that you put into it.
Right. I think in an ideal world, it's long before that, honestly, and it's backed up by Safeway, and we've talked about it, but I want to involve, I mean, I feel like that's city and county, we have to make some decisions together that, and we'll staff it. I'm just gonna pause there because I'm not sure what I should address next.
I see here, you want Harrison, that part of Harrison shut down from 5:15 to 7 o'clock that morning for the start of the race.
That is the normal thing that's happened. Typically is an hour and a half to an hour. Like I think an hour, 45 minutes is the amount that you can have without having to go through CDOT.
Okay.
And that's been a typical thing. The request is actually to consider that we either close it entirely for the day. And this was the conversation that we had, the chief and the sheriff and I sat down and kind of looked at safety wise, how do we manage? And in the backdrop, how do we take best care of the community? So the bigger request is to either close it all the way for the day, similar to a scheduling, but it's only this one day. We open it back up that evening and probably open it. We were talking about opening it by 7 o'clock. So it wouldn't be even late into the evening because everything can happen on the west side of Harrison, after a certain point, we get the bulk of people back. Safety wise, and just with this whole media piece and just having an opportunity to create a system that addresses the vulnerability that we see. The second option was to use 6th Street as opposed to that and keep everybody on the west side. When talking with the residents and the business owners, so the folks I got to talk to, Tree Line, Silver Lana, Harper Rose, Guyana, I got to talk to a lot of people in that arena and actually fielded a lot of support for it to be closed and that they would actually participate and join in doing some events during the day out on the street to make it more pleasing to the rest of our community. So this is not just so Lifetime centric around, you know, we might bring up some food trucks, some different kind of food and bring in, have music and have something that's more pleasing to everybody else. So that piece addresses community support. Closing it addresses safety and vulnerability.
We'll say as an extra comment, that is pretty awfully close to Boom Days. It's a consideration Harrison will be close for Boom Days, I presume.
Yeah, I've never been crazy about the idea of closing Harrison down entirely.
Right.
Something Tamara has talked to me about. She talked about turning it into a big expo, day-long expo, but that's not in the plans for this year. And I would have to, I'd just say bluntly, I'd have to be convinced that that's a good idea.
And I think I would just throw out the idea of, I think I didn't want to go too far down the path till we had conversation to decide. In talking to some of the businesses, my goal would be to involve them to create more expo stuff on and have them have engagement and involvement that's good for their business.
There would have to be buy-in from the business community for that.
And I'm not so worried about the business community as I am worried about the normal everyday people who live here. Because I mean, now obviously we love Boom Days and we've been celebrating it for years. This, on the other hand, tends to have a really negative outlook. And closing down the entirety of Harrison for this event, even if it is only one day, might rile some people up as a general, you know, I'm not really saying one way or another I'm feeling, but just as a general preceding, I wouldn't be too surprised if people were extremely unhappy with multiple weeks in August being Harrison closed.
But I don't see, I mean, I agree, I don't really see the benefit, at least to the community, for having the entirety of the street closed. It is really quickly after Boom Days. Is there a safety issue with, that would be benefited by having it closed all day versus the hour and a half or at the start of the race? Was like you said, then eventually everybody's gonna just be coming down and grouping at one side or the other.
The safety concern, I think that the three of us discussed and that I see is really understanding how this media piece in a small town is going to unfold. So they have been a part of Sea Otter, much bigger venue, much bigger altogether world. You've got 60 pro racers. And each one of them has their folks who want to be there, getting their people. I'm working hard to constrain where they can be, and they won't be in certain places on course, obviously for safety reasons. And we're going to limit where they can be parking wise in those pieces, but we can only limit so much of who is allowed to be in town. We can't stop them from coming in. And so I'm just trying to foresee, how do we take care and have an opportunity to make sure everybody stays safe in this venue where I think, because of this pro piece, we're going to see an influx potentially of people, even though we're asking not to.
So you potentially see that these pro riders would have a substantial media entourage that would certainly be present at the start and perhaps individually at the finish, but probably not hanging out during.
They shouldn't be there for the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
There'll be some of them that want to stay there. It will be coming back. And it's more of this idea. And again, I think the idea of how do we, watching kind of folks going back and forth and the number of people and just the amount of traffic in that area. So I think it's not just the riders, it's everything that comes along with this and what's happening in town as a result. And trying to manage that scene, even though honestly, we're responsible for the riders and their crews, but we see this influx of people, and how do we make this safe and avoid something more disastrous down the road? So that's really the lens that I'm looking through. I've been prepared for you to be totally against it, or to just have the idea that, no, this isn't what the public will want. Like, part of this for me is conversation to understand what lens you understand better than I do. I'm looking at it through vulnerability and risk.
Okay, we have some, she's given us some options for closures. I've read through them. In terms of what we've done traditionally, most of these fall into that category, as far as I could tell. The closure of the 100 block of West 6th for basically a couple days. Then the next half block of West 6th, which I think that is new this year. So what is going to be the access in and out for residents during that time? Even though the street's closed to through traffic, will you allow people to access their residences?
We'll help manage that. We'll put the staffing in place, and
You'll have
it's gonna
staffing in
be,
place basically for 48 hours though?
well, this is not 48. This is,
Okay.
so we wouldn't need to have that part of 6th Street closed until
I see. It's
really
basically all day
Saturday morning, you know, that,
Okay.
that piece. And my feeling with that piece is, you know, again, we're back to, if we don't want to do Harrison, and we want to keep everybody on the west side, how do we get all those riders over there and keep them not crossing Harrison, which I would prefer to see, that we're all over there, and minimize this interaction on 6th and Harrison that we see. I mean, it really, I think it's going to be a little bit more increased this year than it has been the last few years, given all these parameters that are a part of the race this year. So if we deny Harrison as closed, or we have it for the hour and 45 minutes traditional, but we're not going to close it for the rest of that time, I would say we want to think strongly about putting everybody on the west side of Harrison, and because we've pushed them, you know, we have worked hard to put a plan together to get these people parked on
Are
the
you
west
talking
side.
about this year, moving them all to the west side of Harrison? Huh, okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel necessary to me, but I'd like to hear from everybody else.
Well, Mayor, point of order, I'm gonna just tell you this right now. We gotta do something, because
Okay.
I will be turning into a pumpkin in 50 minutes.
All right, gotcha. All
I
right.
cannot stay here.
We're
This is-
significantly behind on our.
You're-
agenda.
We have
You make a great point.
way too much going on right now. And if this is the way that the other, I mean, I know this has nothing to do with Tamara, but like, I didn't have dinner. I haven't had anything since 11:30. I'm about to lose my shit.
Let's move on. Let's decide in terms of a motion, which of these closures we do accept. And my personal preference is to leave it as it's been in years past, so that they're on both sides of Harrison. Otherwise, I don't know how, if you fit on the west side of Harrison, we're going to impact a lot more residential all the way down to Liger than we do now. So I think that's a small price to pay. In other words, closing Harrison for an hour and 45 minutes, because then the impact up East 6th and just that little part of West 6th makes the most sense to me in terms of the public impact.
Should I say anything, or should I not say anything?
Let's let city council kind of deliberate on this. But we do need to make a choice.
I'm just gonna say, if that's what they're requesting, let's see how it runs.
It's not clear to me what they're requesting. That's the problem I'm having. You know, so.
Wait, what's here on
I
this page?
struggle with that part.
The full closures and not partial closures.
The full closures requested? Are we
That's
looking
what
at the
I'm
same
looking
page?
at. I don't know what you're.
What do you, sorry,
I'm looking at full closures requested. You are too. Why is yours old?
why is mine different than
Yeah.
yours? I'm just lucky, I guess. Oh, all these are full closures, the rest of those, I'm saying.
Here's your two options. There's no page number.
Okay, then, depending on which option.
Option 2 is the full closure.
of Harrison.
Yeah.
I would go with option one in terms of community impact,
Okay.
especially because the prior weekend.
Yeah, you're
Harrison's
right.
closed again
No,
for 3
I agree
days.
with you and with Christian. I think that'd be a bit much. And plus, it becomes a CDOT nightmare.
Going.
Understood. Not,
Very good.
so just so I can point out a couple things, there's a couple of shifts. If we move with option one, which is Sixth Street, right?
Option one
I'm
is.
not looking at that. paper. Option one is foreclosure of Harrison or? Option two is Harrison, right? And option one is Sixth Street. So the thing that I will point out really quickly, because I'm aware of time as well and feel very conscious of not taking more of it. We did ask for historically Sixth Street on the east side is, I think it's like half, we asked for that block to be closed for the expo area. So that is slightly different. That is only from our parking lot to the corner of Poplar. It's not the alleyway, so people can still get through and they can go back and forth on that alleyway. The other addition that we made was to push it down and have that option of this moving into past Pine into the middle of the second to the 200 block. That's the two big additions that are different. The rest of it I just laid out in that mechanism, a little different than how you've seen it laid out before, just so it was all in one place.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Then I would entertain a motion, please. Specific to the option.
Everybody needs dinner first.
I can't make this.
Okay.
So would you say like this, using traffic closure option one as a modification?
Yes.
Just using option one since it's already in effect.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool with that.
Yes, please.
All right, Green moves to approve temporary use permit for Lifetime Fitness / Leadville Race Series to host their annual Leadville Trail 100 Bike and Trail 10K and Expo from, is it from Wednesday, August 10th or Thursday, August 11th? Because again, we have a,
This one is Wednesday, Expo's Thursday, Friday, so
Gotcha.
Wednesday set up, Thursday, Friday is the actual Expo.
Got it, okay.
Saturday is the
from
event.
Wednesday, August 10th, 2022 through Sunday, August 14th, 2022, utilizing specific road closure plan number option one.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
So we have to add something about the court house. with this.
And additionally, following the porta potty setup plan previously discussed.
I love that. Now, do I have a second?
Like two, sorry.
My thing about two is Boom Days is the weekend before, so
I know,
Harrison will be
but
closed for 3
If we
days.
can make it an event, I think it's safer if you can include the community. And half the town's renting out their house and leaving anyway, so.
I think if they did make it into an event, I would approve of it as well, but I don't think they're there yet. That's just my.
I just
my
think
take.
two consecutive weekends of full
I think
Harrison
I was nervous to
closure.
get people committed without knowing where city council stood, so we're in this sort of limbo
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
not wanting to jump without you, wanting to
Yeah.
move together in this.
I mean, I see where this is going and I like the vision. I don't like two full closures back to back
I hear you.
on consecutive weekends.
Yeah.
I think that's a negative impact.
I still would like to hear a second.
It's okay. Somebody can make a different motion.
Okay, Lottie seconds.
Oh my God.
Whoa. It's very rare.
I know, well,
It's 9:15, so I think in the
We should not-
interest
we
of
should
moving
not-
things along, it's
We
probably.
should not feel
Okay.
pressured.
yeah, okay. No, it's not a matter of pressure. I approve of what we discussed and where we are. Is there any other discussion? Give that back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get him some cheese here in a second. I just have. to
I
go
have a
upstairs to
bar,
do
Max.
Max, here.
Snacks coming.
Thank
your way
you.
tomorrow.
For Tracy and.
Yeah,
This would.
Appreciate
this would be
it.
From the drawer.
I'll keep that one out. of
I
the
don't know
inventory.
how old that is.
I'll eat it. Thank you.
Fine.
Yeah.
Put that in Cisco's
I'll
drawer.
bring pizza with me next time.
I think we're waiting for the roll call.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. That's because nobody really liked my motion.
No,
I
okay.
know.
We are
It's
waiting
okay.
for roll call. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Furgensi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Luna Well,
Yes.
Councilmember Hill,
Yes.
Councilmember Lauritsen,
Yeah.
Mayor Lovett.
Yes.
Approved. Thank you.
Tamara, thank you for your thoughtfulness on this.
Yes.
You put some interesting possibilities in front of us, so appreciate that.
And thank you for your patience.
We'll work on it. See where we get this year. We'll move forward next year.
I will say,
5 years.
the problem definitely is that back-to-back weekend, so just for future reference.
Whoever got me this, thank you.
Mayor, can we take a brief
Oh,
break?
yeah, we haven't taken a break all night.
No.
We're gonna take a 24-hour break. Be back here at
I don't think-
9:18 tomorrow night.
We would appreciate that.
Thank you. I completely, usually about 8 o'clock, we take a break just because.
Well, there was that weird like quasi break after all
It was
the
weird,
parking
yes.
signs.
That is true. That
We
is
were like, are we taking a break? What's happening? Everyone's getting up and walking
That's-
away.
that's this.
Oh my gosh.
How you know it's awful, isn't it?
You need, I'm gonna bring you a little trash can and put it under your chair. Like,
Either
for
that
Pete's
or
sake.
just get me a
Can I,
nice.
can I
a nice
add my
rodent
3?
To live in
Here,
this.
here, just put 'em in there.
The rodent sitting before you.
I thought you were gonna have a bar before you walked over. You told me you were gonna have a bar.
Now what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go find a
Oh,
trash
thank
can.
you. That's very sweet. Okay, that's enough for
That's
now.
it?
Yeah, unless you want to throw like pins in there.
Is it? Oh, yeah. See, what you just need to do, Mayor, is, oops, is just toss all that stuff forward and see how many you get.
I'm just gonna throw it onto your desk. In fact, no, see, this desk is free. I just.
Yep, that's why I
I
put
could
that
toss
bar
it
there
right
of
there.
questionable age in there. At least I know it didn't come from Max Duarte.
Can we figure out how to right size our city council meetings? These things are.
Do this.
We have two. One is a liquor license permit, and the other one is a retail marijuana license renewal. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. This is, you have to go through the liquor licensing authority script, so I'm going to do that pretty quickly. My name is Greg Wabi. I'm the chairperson of Leadville Liquor Licensing Authority, and this is a public hearing before the licensing authority to consider a liquor license application by Tie Dye Cowboys Catering LLC, doing business as Moe's Original Barbecue, Leadville, requesting a fermented malt beverage for the property at 144 East 6th Street, Leadville. We'll ask the applicant to make a presentation. Then we will ask staff to give us their input, and we'll ask if there's anybody in the public who would like to speak in favor or against this application. And after that, we will deliberate. So is Mr. Craig present?
I'm here. Can you hear me on the?
We can hear you just
video?
fine. Please go ahead. Make a presentation to City Council.
Okay, my name is David Harvey Craig. I am the majority owner of Tie Dye Cowboys Catering, DBA Moe's Original Barbecue, located at 140 It's 138 through 144 East Sixth Street, Leadville, Colorado. We are proposing to get a liquor license. It's a malt beverage license. We would like to be able to serve canned beverages, beers, and like the other malt beverages available these days, like the seltzers and what have you, anything in cans. We are open from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily, 7 days a week through the summer. We are going to be open. We opened on Memorial Day about a week and a half ago this summer, and we plan on being open through Labor Day, possibly mid-October, depending on traffic here in town. We are a new business. We opened last August, and we would like to be able to offer people a beer or a beverage with their barbecue. And that's basically it.
Okay, thank you. Staff, has all the proper notice been posted by the applicant?
Yes. Yes, the notice on the premises was posted on May 26th, and the public notice in the paper was published on May 25th.
Those meet the requirements for
Yes, it's
posting
10
deadlines?
10 days.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else they had to do for this liquor license in terms of mailings?
No, there is nothing else.
Okay.
And they had to get, this is what I was looking for, the needs and
Right.
desires petition,
Okay,
the new licenses. They have to
but so
around.
all the requirements by the state liquor licensing regulations have been met, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We had a discussion about having a local representative. Has that been established? A local representative for the liquor license? Isn't that a requirement?
I'm not sure.
Doesn't there have to be a resident, local resident who holds that liquor license? Is that not correct?
This is a new liquor license.
I understand.
So.
Oh, yes, he does reside here. Yes.
That was what.
Okay.
Because we ran into that once before, and I just want to make sure
Oh,
we didn't,
yes.
we didn't trip over that again.
Yes,
Thank
they
you.
reside in Colorado, which is the requirement.
That's the requirement?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
I live on 205 County Road 19, which is the Webster Gravel Pit Road over near Ski Cooper, which is Lake County.
Yes, thank you.
Does the church have to sign on to needs and desires? They're not really they're neither a business nor a resident.
Kind of interesting, isn't it?
Because they were the ones who had all the concerns about the business just being there in the first place. And I think one of their concerns was alcohol.
Councilmember Green, it's a little hard to hear what you are saying. If
Oh,
you
I
could
was-
speak into the
Because we
microphone.
just recently started this needs and desires petition, and I was just wondering about the church, because it's not really a business owner or a resident. But when Mo's first went into business there, most of our of the email input that we got was from people who went to the church, concerned about the restaurant being there, concerned about the possibility of alcohol. But I'm not really sure if that plays into this or not, because the church is neither a business nor a resident, right? It's just people who attend it.
I think
And I think I would like some guidance.
I think Mr. Craig can respond to that. We did have
Okay.
that discussion.
Yes, I did go in front of the city council last fall, and there was some concerns with the church. The way I think the main concern of the church is that they didn't want a late night drinking establishment there. One of the ways that we did resolve that was we put a restriction that last call would be at 9 p.m., no later than 9 p.m. And we are a family establishment. We're not out to we close at 7 PM. We're really just trying to, get people food. We're not there to stay open late at night. And I believe that satisfied everybody's concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, very quickly, I'm going to ask if there's anybody in the public who would like to speak to this application, whether it be in favor of or in opposition to. Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak to city council about this application? Hearing none, then I would entertain a motion to close the public input portion of the public hearing.
Councilmember Luna moves to close the public input portion of the public hearing.
Lorenzen, second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. All were in favor. At this time, we are in deliberation. Any questions for the applicant or staff or comments relative to this application?
May I just make one quick comment?
No, not right now.
I do have just a quick question.
Sure.
I know they were going to be serving fermented beverages, malt beverages, and perhaps those seltzer waters, but can they also serve canned mixed drinks?
I don't believe so.
So it's
a
just,
separate
okay,
permit for hard liquor.
okay. Then those cans are considered hard liquor, like the Cutwater cocktails or whatever, right? So because the applicant said something like, anything that we can serve in cans. So it's specific to
It's a malt beverage.
malt beverages.
Liquor license,
So I don't
right.
think you could do like.
Donna,
Mike's
is
Hard
that
Liquor.
your understanding as well?
Yeah, yes, it
Okay,
is.
good. All right. Good catch, though, Okay. Is there any other discussion? Then I would entertain a motion, please.
Authority member Luna moves that pursuant to resolution number 18. Oh, wrong one. Authority, am I authority member? So.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Authority member Luna moves to approve the eighth fermented malt beverage liquor license application for Tie-Dye Cowboys Catering LLC DBA Moe's Original Barbecue BBQ Leadville based on the facts and evidence presented at the public hearing, findings set forth in the intermittent deputy clerk, city clerk's council communications for this application, and any findings of the authority made at the public hearing. Jesus.
That was hard fought.
Real second.
Thank you,
Beat me
Kim.
this time, Tim.
Yes, you did. You finally got you. Any other discussion?
Christian, I'm glad I'm not the only one that's tired right now. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Loretson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hill,
Yes.
Councilmember Luna Leal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Fergency.
Yes.
Mayor Lobby.
Yes.
Approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience.
Thank you very much. And, I'd like to real quickly thank Donna and Lori for all their help. They were awesome. This was quite a application. So thank you all. Thank you, City Council and Mayor.
Thanks. Good luck. All right,
Thank
next up. We're going to go through another script. But again, I'll make it brief. Maybe briefer than it should be. I hope Christiana's asleep. Okay, my name is Greg Lobby, and I am the chairperson of the Leadville Marijuana Licensing Authority. This is a public hearing before the Licensing Authority. That's us, with the Marijuana Licensing Authority. for the licensing authority to consider a marijuana license renewal application by JEM Dutch Acres LLC DBA Earls requesting a recreational marijuana license for the property at 115 Harrison Avenue, Leadville, Colorado. Basically, I'm going to ask the applicant to make a brief presentation. We're going to ask staff about what they have found. And then we'll ask for any public input, and then we'll go into deliberation. And away we go. So at this time, Mr. Bouvet, would you like to speak to City Council about this application?
I'm Matt Boovy, owner of JDM Dutch Acres, doing business out of 115 Harrison Avenue. Good evening. Thanks for considering my renewal again. We just one way, so we have been.
Okay, has anything changed at all in your operation?
Just other than employees. Shit.
Yeah, during club.
And, stay ahead of the eight ball.
Okay, thank you. We may have some questions for you. We're going to check in with staff first. Staff, do you have a report out on this license renewal?
Earl's has been in business since 2014. I did reach out to both Fire Marshal Boyle and the Police Chief Edwards, along with Police Admin Shannon, and no complaints have been reported. So everything is good there. Earl's did have a health and safety advisory issued by the state in February of 2002. It was basically a recall on some pre-rolled retail marijuana that was sold between November 26, 2021 and January 3rd of 2022. Nothing has been recent, so I think that problem was taken care of. Mr. Boovy might be able to speak on that. Fire Marshal Boyle did perform a fire inspection on June 1st, and there was no problems found. And he also stated that they always run a tight ship with no problems at all. So I did have Mr. Boovy put a public notice on his premises, and that was posted on June 2nd.
And that was adequate to the state requirements for posting?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Bouvet, would you like to speak to the recall and give us some insights into whether that was a successful recall or what the outcome of that was?
Yeah, I've got a little outline. Essentially what happened was we had submitted our joints to a lab which approved the joints. And that way, because it's a thorough safeguard that you shouldn't ever have a contaminated part go to the store, but for some reason the labs recalibrated their testing equipment sometime. I've got the timeline. What it looked like. The package joint mix, we made it at the grow. It was passed overall testing on November 24th, 21. The packet was transferred. It was 664 joints on 11/24. And then on 1/3/22, the failed overall laboratory testing caused an overall fail of 0.558. So 0.5 is 0.5 parts per billion fails for lead. So it was just like barely over. We are not sure what caused it. It was the papers or what, but we don't make joints in-house anymore because of this. We can figure out what, because that, you know, it's kind of been a huge problem, you know, right on with the issue of the recall. The day that it was failed, we pulled that from the shelves and issued our own, recall from the state. Came back later. Let me see. We initiated the recall of the package, and the current inventory was quarantined, and 179 grams were sold. Recall notice was posted. On February 18th, administrative hold was put in place by the MED. I'm not sure why it wasn't done sooner. And the health and safety advisory posted by the Med on the 28th. And so at 6/7/22, none of the recalled 179 grams of joints, some 179 grams of joints have been returned, and no adverse health effects have been reported. Requesting to voluntarily surrender the quarantine remainder from the Med. They haven't brought that to us as far as that, so it's still
Okay.
as far as just been sitting there.
Thank you for the timelines. Any questions for the applicant? Well, I guess I forgot to ask, if anybody in the public would like to speak either in favor of or in opposition to this application. But there's nobody here, so. Sorry, I'm getting punchy. How do you think, Max?
I can, no, you're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing
Sorry.
good.
We're officially in deliberation. If there's any questions or concerns to city council. Okay. See, she's trying to figure out track.
Right, you are.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to close the public input portion of this public hearing.
Councilmember Fujensi moves to close the public input portion of this public meeting.
Thank you. Seconds. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. We're in deliberation. Any questions or concerns? Or would somebody like to make a motion?
Member Lunadel moves to approve the annual renewal on January 7th, 2022. Did I say January? June 7th, 2022 for retail recreational license for Matthew Bowen, JEM Dutch Acres LLC, DBA Earls at 115 at Harrison Avenue.
That's in second.
You better eat her little muffin.
Just be late. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Loretson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes.
Councilmember Luna Leal.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Fujensi.
Yes.
Mayor Labby.
Yes.
Approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience.
We'll see
I
you.
would say this, we a long time ago made liquor license renewals administrative. We need to do the same thing with marijuana license renewals. Because the renewal process, unless there have been substantial reported issues and those have been documented over a period of time, you actually can't deny the renewal by law. So it becomes almost silly. The only time we would want that to come in front of city council is if there were documented problems over time. But again, that has to be an ordinance change, and we have to fix that at some point in the future.
Yes.
All right. A, B, and C. Let's do it.
Do
All in favor?
Well, we'll talk about doing a consent agenda at some point.
That's funny.
We will.
Okay, these are pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I don't even want to try to explain resolution 25, but basically resolution 25.
Well, Christiana has I've asked her to do given the hour of the evening, as brief as possible explanation of our housekeeping motion for our resolution number 25.
Okay.
Okay, so here's my explanation of resolution 25. It is the one resolution to rule them all. No, so just a really quick chronology. Back in 2021, you all approved the purchase of a street sweeper through a lease purchase agreement. And then interest rates changed and we had to switch it up. And so we had to readopt a resolution for the same street sweeper. That was resolution 13, adopting the approving the new price for the street sweeper this year. And that resolution had that resolution 13 adopted this year, approving the street sweeper, had a couple of issues. One, it was supposed to repeal and replace the resolution from 2021. It didn't do that. And two, it was numbered incorrectly. It was numbered as resolution 13 when it should have been numbered resolution 14, because there are currently 2 resolution 13s for 2022, and we need to just do the housekeeping to fix that up. So resolution 25 adopts those amendments and fixes those things up. And that is all this is.
Thank you. In which case I would entertain a motion, please.
Councilmember Jensen moves to adopt resolution number 25 series of 2022, a resolution amending resolution number 13 series of 2022, a resolution authorizing the city of Leadville to enter into a municipal lease purchase agreement with NBH Bank for the lease and purchase of 1 street sweeper for street department purposes.
Green seconds.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lauritsen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes.
Councilmember Luna Lell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Fujensi.
Yes.
Mayor Lovey.
Yes.
Approved. Thank you.
Next up, we have, this is agenda item 9D. Attorneys have asked us to read into the record a letter of a request for the waiver. Councilmember Lauritsen, would you like to read this?
Is it
I don't think,
necessary?
do you have a copy of the letter? Good.
I don't think we have to read it into the record.
Oh, I didn't realize everybody had it. This was given to me separately, so I thought maybe only I had it. Thank you. Then we do not have to read it into the record. Okay. In which case, this is obviously a, to me, to review fees for the application of Leadville Urban Renewal Authority.
And I don't know, did Christiana, did you have anything you wanted to add on resolution number 26?
I don't think so. It's pretty straightforward. There are just a couple of fees that would be associated with the Laura application for the PUD amendment, and this resolution would just waive those fees, and so that Laura would not have to pay them in conjunction with their application. And that's it.
And Councilmember Lauritsen, who's the chair of the Laura board, are you anything in
No,
addition to the
just-
letter?
I think this is just a formality so we can apply to planning and zoning and start the rezoning process.
Excellent.
Just a housekeeping on this, that the county did mention to me that essentially the city would, by doing this, be picking up the costs for the fees that we would pay to them, but that's the
Yeah, if we wanted
understanding.
the county to waive, we would have to go to the county commissioners with the same request.
Correct. So in essence, we are waiving them, but the city is, that we will pay the cost.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I would entertain a motion, please.
Green moves to adopt resolution number 26, series of 2022, a resolution waiving the application and consult review fees for the application by the Leadville Urban Renewal Authority to amend the Rail Yard Leadville Phase 1 PUD Second Amendment.
On the last seconds. Oh, thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fujensi.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Luna Lell.
Yes.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes.
Councilmember Lauritsen.
Yes.
Mayor Lovey.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 9C. And so this is resolution 27, series 2022, resolution declaring a vacancy in the office for city council member representing Ward 2. And determining how we're going to fill that vacancy. Does that need to be part of the motion?
Yes, Christiana can explain the decisions that the council will need to make regarding this resolution, and then some of the what and how about filling the vacancy.
Yep, so since Councilmember Tharp has moved out of Ward 2, this resolution creates an effective date for the vacancy in his seat. And the vacancy is set for tomorrow, June 8th. Under this resolution, the city council has two options for filling the vacancy, either calling a special election or filling it by appointment. A special election is pretty expensive, so we normally recommend trying to fill the seat for the remainder of Councilmember Tharp's term by appointment. And so this resolution both declares the vacancy and determines that city council will fill the seat by appointment instead of by special election. That said, if the seat is not filled by appointment within 60 days of June 8th, the date of the vacancy, then we'll have to call a special election regardless under state law. But we do have the 60 days to find somebody to appoint and fill the vacancy. And then just as far as some instructions for staff regarding logistics and practical matters for filling that vacancy, if you city council can provide instruction to staff regarding where letters of interest can be or should be sent, and a deadline by which applicants should submit their letters of interest, that would be helpful for processing these submissions.
Thank you. Any questions for Christiana? So then we should discuss what are, how will we get the word out in terms of asking for letters of interest? I assume we'll put some ads in the paper. And by when would we want to see those letters of interest?
I think given that we have to have it in by 60 days, otherwise it goes to the special election. Should probably be, how many days do we feel like we need to review those and make a decision?
Well, that goes till what, the middle of August, more or less.
Yeah.
So maybe by like July 31st, give us a meeting
Well,
at
I
least.
wouldn't want to wait too late. Well, maybe I would like to incent people to do it sooner rather than later. I don't know if that's a.
Just that.
Mayor, looking at the calendar, if we were to get an ad in the paper by next week, that would give, and they come out Thursday, that would be the 16th. If we had requested by July 1, that gives 2 weeks for somebody to respond. I'm certain that folks have already expressed interest, at least to some people in here.
Have they? Good.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I would counter that with maybe July, getting in no later than July the 5th, which would also be the first city council meeting.
I might suggest a day or so before, so we would be able to gather.
So the first would probably be better than the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, just so we could get the information to you for your council meeting.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think I like the idea of the first.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be, maybe we don't get anybody, but.
I was gonna say, do we need a little more time to scare up some?
I think there is some
interest?
interest. I have had people ask what the process might be, so I think we get the word out. I'm hopeful there will be interest and.
And also word of mouth from us, it has to be a Ward 1 applicant.
Ward 2.
Oh, he's in Ward 2?
Yeah, Ward 1 is Tracy.
There's not very many
Then
people.
never
in Ward
mind.
2.
There isn't many people in Ward 2.
Trying to give your place away.
Okay, Ward 2 it is.
And you can always put an announcement on your website too.
Yeah. So we'd like to get it in the paper, starting this next week, and it would run for a couple weeks, and then July 1st, actually it could run that third week with the July 1st deadline, if my count is correct. It is. So we'll run it 3 times.
Okay.
And see what kind of interest we get.
3 times in the paper? Yeah.
3 times paper, word of mouth on the website. Sounds good to me.
Good. Does that need to be incorporated in the motion in terms of methodology, or just the date?
The guidance to staff is just helpful. The motion or the resolution just needs to be declaring the vacancy and filling it by appointment.
Okay. In which case I would entertain a motion.
Green moves to adopt resolution number 27, series of 2022. A resolution declaring a vacancy in office for a city council member representing Ward 2 as of June 8th, 2022, and determining to fill such vacancy by appointment.
Seconds.
Is there any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lauritsen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes.
Councilmember Luna Leo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Fergency.
Yes.
Mayor Lobby.
Yes.
Approved. Thank you.
Public meetings planner.
There it is.
I can't, my eyes are crossed. I can't focus. Anybody have any additions or changes to the public meetings plan?
The joint work session on the 14th. What are we going to be doing at that joint work session? I know we probably talked about it already today, but I can't remember.
So that's your joint work session with planning and zoning, which will be here to talk about what your thoughts are regarding short-term rental, and hopefully everyone received the Colorado Association of Ski Towns, the most recent report I sent out. If you didn't get it, I'll bump it up to your inbox. But that's super helpful to know what the other communities are doing. So that's your work session on the 14th.
Okay.
It'll be here.
Huge spreadsheet.
Mhm.
Massive, massive spreadsheet.
Mhm.
And all over the place.
They have a lot of towns on there,
A lot of folks are doing moratoriums until they can, temporary moratoriums until they can figure out what their next steps are.
They're following us.
We've been ahead of the game in some ways, in some towns, and a little bit behind in others, so.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the
Pretty good.
conversation.
Good.
And I will be appearing virtually for that one.
My only, something that I brought up at the break is if these meetings are gonna be, I know that there was mention of requesting on a regular meeting on the 21st to start at 5:30, a half an hour early to talk about the family plan again, which in essence adds our meeting for another half hour. But if there is so much on our plate, can we please get one on the 28th as well and split it? I just lose the plot about an hour ago. I mean, and that's just because I go to bed at 8:30 normally.
No, I agree with you. I totally get it. I'm meeting with the street department at 6 in the morning, so,
Yeah.
it makes it tough. If meetings could be limited to 8:39, would that be delightful?
9:30.
I would be okay, me personally, just planning meetings once a week, and if they don't fill up, then we don't have to hold them, but I like that idea.
I personally say vastly prefer every week rather than working, it is. So,
That makes it a little more challenging for me since I leave for work.
hmm.
I think I would miss more meetings or be like where I partially tune in and then have to leave. But that what it is.
And we know I understand the concern and I agree. We need to have these meetings be shorter.
I'm gonna be
So
so
we'll
jet
work on the
lagged that
agenda.
day, So if we have a
Okay.
meeting that day,
It's-
I'd be happy to
Agreed.
read it.
I just want to show up.
Yeah.
But you
That would be-
get,
that would be
I
You're
mean,
gonna
amazing.
I
get
think if
something
you see a
amazing.
number at 10:30 PM, it means that we should probably, wait, that's too much on the agenda. Let's-
Yeah, and we have been trying to make sure that a lot of the stuff is, a lot of stuff is time sensitive. We're getting into for use permits, we're getting into the busy part of the year. So, but understood. Yeah.
Okay. Mayor's report. All I'll say is the first event of the season of the Tabor Opera House was I was so happy to have it back open for events again. It was really fun. So that's it. Any council reports?
I want to, even though they're not here, thank the police and fire department for their help and participation in the graduate motorcade, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's so much fun. It's a really good weekend all overall.
Excellent. Any other council reports?
I'd just like to make a statement, just in general, and thank everybody that was on that Laramie the other day. We have a really, really, really challenging situation in general, like just being on city council, being part of Lura, all the other licensing boards that we're on. I just want to say that for those, and I'm looking at you, Tracy, I know that that's a tough position you're in right now. And I just want to thank you for raising your hand and being part of that. I mean, it's
Thanks, Max.
really hard, and I know that we can all have differences of opinion, but just want you to all know that I respect you, each and every one of you, immensely. And as long as we can continue to be respectful and that we're reminding each other that we're coming here for the right reasons, right? We're here to help out our community. And so keep up the good fights. And let's continue to have those really difficult conversations, because those are the ones that we need to have to move forward, right? And I, for one, know when I get frustrated, I'm not very good at my delivery. So if that was the way that I came off on that meeting, I apologize. I was also I thought we didn't even have a meeting. It was just a terrible day. That was a terrible day for me. So when I was on that meeting, I vented. Huh?
Not a great day for me.
Yeah.
And I apologize for missing that meeting. I was just in a dead zone driving home, so
Understood.
just couldn't do it.
At 10:03, it's not even 10:30 yet. The city council meeting is adjourned.
I'm gonna go home and then figure